interesting.
Definitely.
Their beliefs.
All right, it looks like we are live. I am pretty sure that we are live. Here we go. Welcome, everybody, to another BTR stream. I am your host, Lev Polyakov, a.k.a. LevPo on Twitter. It is an honor to be here today to talk about Satanism. We have a lot of amazing Satanists here, as well as many amazing people throughout the internet who I'm so grateful to be here with us, including Yakov Alive, from the Skinwalker Tapes podcast.
Gang.
Metaphor Man, a.k.a. Shit Biscuit. I like that Twitter handle. And, of course, we have the great Geo. And this would be a good opportunity to remind everybody that if you guys go to patreon.com/break the rules of the three, become a patron, $20 patronage gets you an incredible print from the main man Gio himself. It's a beautiful Japanese woodblock print, so take advantage of this limited time deal today. And of course, I want to ask the 34 people who are watching this right now, please subscribe, help this show grow. We are doing this for you. So subscribe to our show. And now let us introduce our amazing Satanist guest that we have here for you today. So we have Greg Stevens, Siren Saint Sin, and Stephen Long. So why don't you guys tell us a little bit about yourselves? Let's start with Greg.
All right. I mean, I'm just some guy, really.
No, you're not some guy. You're incredible. I mean, the amount of things that you've already done. Like you were studying neuroscience, right? And like all this.
So my path is interesting, but yeah, no, this isn't about my path. I guess I have been a member of the Satanic Temple for many years. I've been a Satanist for many years. And I've just been very active in it right now. One of the things I'm working on is developing the ordination program that we're going to be launching before the end of the year. So well, I will say especially since the IRS recognized the Satanic Temple as legally being a church, there's been a ramp up of interest in members, and there was before this as well, but there was a ramp up of interest in members who wanted to be able to, marry their friends, and perform this sort of duty as a minister, which for whatever weird historical convoluted reason, our government decides, is tied to religion. And a lot of them say, yeah, they could do a secular wedding, or they could do that, click a button with the, Universal Life Church and get ordained at the click of a button. But if they're Satanists, they would rather do something that is really truly reflecting and in line with their deeply held beliefs. And so for the last year or so, I've been working on putting together this program we're going to be launching. So that's one of the things that I'm doing with the Satanic Temple right now.
Excellent. Let's go to Siren Saint Sin. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I'm just a weird artist chick. I just do a lot of different things, but I've been part of the temple for a couple of years now. And I'm not sure what else to go from there. I'm an adult entertainer, working within the online realm of fetish, BDSM, and kink. And yeah, that's pretty much me.
Excellent. Steven.
Yeah. I host a podcast called Sacred Tension, and I blog at stephenbradfordlong.com. And both of those are, I would say, moderately popular within the satanic community, especially the Satanic Temple. And I am a member of the Satanic Temple, but not in any professional capacity or official capacity. I am just part of the general membership. And yeah, Satanism is something that I talk about quite a bit, write about quite a bit, and I've kind of made a side gig out of doing that.
Excellent. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty. How exactly do you define Satanism? Whoever wants to start, Greg, how would you define it?
So you have to start off with the really big, broad, vague question, don't you? So, I mean, I think the way I'm going to answer this is just to mention that people who identify as Satanists are drawn for a lot of different reasons, and there's a long sort of history of that. You know, Anton LaVey is very famous for having codified, you know, the Church of Satan and a particular, you know, version of Satanism in the United States. But even aside from that, you know, there's a hugely long history of people who are, you know, they're not theistic. They don't believe in a real character out there named Satan or whatever. But they see it as an inspirational character, like an inspirational fictional character, the rebel against tyranny, right? The one who says that he won't bow down, he will think for himself and won't submit to arbitrary authority. And that's an inspirational, you know, story. And especially people who are kind of drawn to a cultural counter narrative, people who are a little, you know, identified as being a little out of the mainstream are often drawn to this idea of, hey, if you take this story that dominant Abrahamic religions have given us, and you think, how would this be told if it was from the other point of view? You know, what would this story be like? Who would this character be, and what would those values be? And I think that's, you know, it may be the only thing that truly unifies, you know, people who identify as Satanists. So I'm not going to speak to what Satanism is in some abstract, you know, shining, objective, glowing Platonic ideal on a hill. I'll say that for me, Satanism is a way that I found in my journey to express the fact that I'm not at all a supernaturalist. I'm not only an atheist, like I don't believe in luck, I don't believe in destiny, I don't believe in any of that stuff, but I also value symbolism, and I think that understanding how narratives and ritual shape human lives is important. I think that, you know, the sort of dry stereotype of the atheist who is just like, oh,
Milady.
all of these things, you know, just do away with religion because it's all so silly and arbitrary. I'm like, most of what humans do is arbitrary. That doesn't mean it's not meaningful. And so Satanism is a way for me to have, you know, be a non-supernaturalist and also express my deeply held beliefs in my values as an atheist, but also my values as someone who believes in the importance of community and symbolism and ritual and these things that really make life artistic and rich and great. And that is the very quick answer to what Satanism is for me.
Excellent. And I would love to get Siren's and Steven's take as well. What do you guys think? Do you differ in any way from what Greg said, or do you more or less agree with his way of looking at things?
Go ahead, Steven.
I pretty much agree with Greg here. And, you know, I think Greg and I share a lot of similarities in our view of Satanism. I think that I would also take it broader in that when people ask me what Satanism is, I think the best definition of religious Satanism is nothing more than the religious adoration of the symbol of Satan. I like that idea as a broad category, a broad umbrella category for all of the different kinds of Satanism that emerge. And so, you know, there are all kinds of weird permutations of Satanism through the years and the centuries. And to me, they are all equally Satanism, regardless of whether it is LaVeyan or theistic or non-theistic or pagan or whatever. I don't care. because I think ultimately, in the most basic sense, Satanism is a religious adoration for the symbol of Satan. Now, what Satanism is for me is very similar to what Greg said. I'm a non-theist, but I also consider myself a mystic. So I'm kind of a materialist mystic. I believe in embracing altered states of consciousness. I believe in symbol. I love symbolism. I love enchantment. I love all of these aspects, and I love community. All of these aspects that are typically the domain of religion. I see absolutely no good reason to get rid of those things simply because I am a non-theist. I think non-theism and religion is a stupid false binary. I think you can have both 100%.
Why do you say non-theist and not atheist?
I like to use the word non-theist because it signals that I'm an atheist, but I'm not an asshole about it. That's all. That's all it is. A and non mean the exact same thing. They are the exact same thing. And you know, I've seen all of these stupid fights about, well, what's the difference between atheism and non-theism? I don't think there is a fucking difference. I think the difference actually is not in the word, but in the connotation that people have for the word non-theist versus atheist. And that's it. That's the only reason why I don't use the word atheist on a regular basis.
Now, I want to get to Geo as far as what your take is on Satanism.
But we need to get Siren first.
Oh,
yes.
You got to get me, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I warn you guys, I can talk my butt off. So, like, I try to, like, things like this, like, shh. But anyway, I'm going to go a little bit that I agree. But for me, like, I agree with both of what they're saying. But for me, it's a little bit more of an embracing of what that symbolism meant for myself. And that means my primal human nature and my quest for knowledge, to seek everything. Like, if we're going to go into what you're outcast for is questioning. I come from a Catholic background. Orthodox Catholic. So it's not that I'm turning it on its head. It's more questioning what this character, this name, Satan, Lucifer, whatever, what it represents, and that, and leaving and all that. It was the questioning of knowledge, what should be there. And the more I quest and seek, the more I find I relate with Satanism because of what they're saying. And I don't want to say I'm an atheist or non-theist. I kind of do gravitate more to the symbols of things, so like gods and goddesses, but what they manifest as, if we were to take human reactions to something, that's a manifestation of that. So symbolism and stuff like that mean a lot to me in it. So.
Well, we have a question.
Does that make sense?
No, that makes a lot of sense. Well, we have a question related to what you were saying from the modern Hermeticist. The question is, where does the knowledge lead? What's the end goal? That's a very interesting question, and I would love for anybody here to address it before we get to Geo. But also, while you're thinking, while the pot is stirring about that question, I want to remind the 66 people who are watching this stream right now to go and subscribe if you have not done so yet. And also, if you go into the description of this video, you will see that we have both crypto and PayPal as an option for tipping. So if you're enjoying this, if you want to have us wet our beak, go to either of those sections, cryptocurrencycheckout.com or streamlabs.com/lovejewels. Give us a little something, and whatever it is that you write down, I will read when the time is right, very, very prominently. So anyway, without further ado, let me know what you think of that question that was asked, and then we're going to go to Geo.
There is no end.
Very good.
I mean, there isn't. There's too much to know. Like, if we just even go by science and knowing what our brains are capable of in the very limited capacity in which we use it right now, like, I can't even fathom what we could unlock with altered states of consciousness and things like that when it comes to learning and education. No, it's a never-ending journey.
So for me, knowledge is an act of creation. Knowledge is something that we build, we create meaning. It's part of what living is creating meaning for ourselves and the patterns we experience. And it's something that even when you do science professionally, like different fields aren't competing for the one true answer. They're creating narratives that are explanatory principles that can describe different perspectives. And of course, there's never going to be an end to that. Of course, there's not going to be, because it is a creative human process. It's a creative process in general. So I don't know if that's the kind of answer that the Hermetic whoever was looking for.
Well, yes.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm not entirely. Was the question what is the end or what is the purpose? Because
so he writes.
I'm not entirely.
So he writes
yes.
a couple of more things here. So the original question was, the question is, where does the knowledge lead? What is the end goal? And the follow-up to that was, it was the major question asked in the Renaissance and by the astral magicians, the Arab philosophers, Averroes, the Jews, Maimonides, etc. And then he says, so why pursue the spirit of antagonism if peace can never be attained?
Because it feels good.
So there's that. And I think that for me personally, the end goal can really be summed up in the first tenet of the Satanic Temple, which is one should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason. For me, the goal is to place the welfare of other creatures at the center of my worldview, and to place the well-being and flourishing of all creatures within reason in the center of my worldview. And it's one reason why I love the symbol of the pentagram, the inverted pentagram being pointed downward. It's almost like that is a symbol of this is, Greg likes to call it a carnal religion, which means there is nothing but material stuff. For me, that means first and foremost being concerned with the material well-being of other creatures. First and foremost, being concerned about the material world. I don't care about a spiritual world because I don't believe it exists. And so my belief is to invert that pentagram, face it down to creation, and focus on the well-being of all material creatures. That for me is the point. And I think Satan as a role model, as a guide, kind of leads one way to doing that. Of course, it isn't the only way. I think Satan is very niche and only for kind of a select group of people who are into him. But he provides one particular way for a particular personality type for us to achieve that. So that for me is the goal. But I also agree that kind of that is, I don't know how much that question applies as well to religious life.
Well, before we go to Geo, I just wanted to quickly say a comment from Buff. Stephen Long looks like Lev if he took the left-hand path. I like that. So, so Geo, your turn.
Oh, there's so much here. So much. First of all, as based Le Treadcath, I totally disavow this conversation. Totally disavow.
Do you disavow
Terrible.
The background behind me with the
disavow big-titted anime, everything. Anyways, yeah, I'm only half joking, only half ironic. I think the problem is that I don't see I understand the framework of more, if you could call it, mainstream Satanism as the metaphor of Satan. I don't understand the attachment to Satan as a symbol, because by definition, wouldn't that still be wedded to a notion of the dichotomy in Christianity between Satan and God and the parables in the Bible? And it seems that besides it being sort of elaborate LARPing, I also don't see the basis for a lot of these humanistic values that are outlined in the the Church of Satan, for instance? Like, why is it that it seems to sort of go around this basic materialist humanism as opposed to an anti-humanism? Like, why are the majority of Satanists sort of like the caricature of wanting the rites and ritualism of religion in a humanistic fashion? How come more of them aren't like the, to put it as controversially as possible, more of like the Boyd Rice type of Satanists, where it's like about, do you want total war? Do you want chaos? Like, why is it that it's still by and large within a framework of the Christian, now post-Christian sort of Western order of enlightenment, reason, and humanism, and so forth? I just, that would be my immediate question. Other than that, I think it's interesting. What Greg Stevens was talking about. We could probably get into this connection between his view of Satanism and a lot of the AI stuff, a lot of exploring the reaches of human consciousness through technology, through psychopharmacology. That's, to me, it's interesting because it's almost like there's some kind of like cosmic horrorist, vibe going on there. Because a lot of, I don't know, people, not everyone knows this, but, during the 90s when the internet was getting underway, there was all these like crazy connections between really, freako type groups between New Agers, biblical end times people, alien people. And so it was theorized by a lot of schizos on forums that the AI would bring about this satanic energy and force that would obliterate humanity. And I wonder what his thoughts are on that. But also generally, I guess my question is sort of that, like, why is it that Satanism isn't sort of like another subsect of New Ageism? Why is it still predominantly within the rites and the symbols of Christianity and so forth? So
I'd like to jump in here too, because are very similar to Geo, but a little different. It does seem to me that like LaVeyan Satanism, it does seem like atheism for people who like pageantry. But there's also the
theater kid atheism right there.
There's also the aspect of atheists who are smart enough to know the role of religious symbolism in society and civilization in general. I see you identify with the Promethean Luciferian aspect, like, the search for knowledge like is enough in itself to want to keep going, and it's a little bit rebellious too, and it's almost also kind of like that adversarial aspect of man. And note, adversary was what Satan once meant in its root, in Hebrew. It meant adversary. It wasn't a specific being. So it's like that adversarial nature in humanity is kind of the fire that creates the knowledge and progress and all of that. I get all of this. I do kind of wonder why, understanding symbolism, mythology, and religion on that level, why you take the antagonistic route as opposed to something like Joseph Campbell or something like that, who saying a lot of the same things you are about how it's like in man. It's the things that light the fire in man. He was saying that too, but he took a more traditional approach to it. And I guess it could be taken down to personality types or that sort of thing. But yeah, I'd like to hear.
Well, I have my own sort of response to some of that. I definitely want to hear both Siren and Stephen's answers as well, but to sort of tie back, and I guess this is mainly addressing Gio's question, but a little bit it's addressing both. Like, I love the fact, and in the time that I've worked with hello, I don't know if that character is waving at me or if it's just a pre-programmed emotion. Hello.
Oh, the anime. Oh my god.
But like in the time that I've spent, working with the Satanic Temple, one of the things that really has brought me some joy is seeing how different people are drawn to it for different reasons. And for some people, it is very much the high philosophy, the idea of being able to, interpret these stories in a subversive way in order to create your own mythology, your own cultural counter narrative, and to find out how many points of connection you can create in your interpretation that is non-theistic and yet has these ties into satanic stories and similar stories, religious stories of the rebel over the ages. For some people, that's all they're into. And then there are people who are into it more for the confrontational. Yeah, fuck theism, man! Fuck dominant culture! And for some people, it is more about the sense of community and finding a group of people who maybe they feel like outcasts, and they find other people who similarly feel that way, and they can bond together and they can talk about the things they have in common. And of course, a lot of people have elements of all three of these, and none of them are necessarily wholly tied to just Satanism. But I would say that, that's not a criterion that's asked of any other religion either. Like, no one goes to Christians and be like, hey, why do you need the cross? Can't you just be good to your neighbor? Like, of course you can. Of course you can.
Christians do that to other Christians all the time.
Yeah.
But
It's called
True
liberal
story.
Christianity.
So I guess for me, like to answer the question to answer the question, I guess I'm going to go back to what Gio asked about, how, it's historical, man. First of all, I guess I don't want to be too exclusionary. All these other variants of Satanists are out there, I'm sure. As Stephen was saying, it's a broad umbrella, and there are plenty of Satanists out there who are very invested in the very confrontational and the very, bring down. I have friends who identify as Satanists who are out and out anarchists. I have friends who identify as Satanists who have all kinds of these different, perspectives. The Satanic Temple, the group that I'm a member of, has a particular interpretation. And I could go on and on. I don't want to bore y'all. But, you ask, how is it? What is the alignment between this particular flavor of humanism and the story of Satan? Oh, come on, let me sit you down. Let me talk to you about how, that snake in the garden saw those poor trapped humans and was like, I don't want to let them suffer in there. I want them to have knowledge. I'm going to be compassionate. I'm going to value their freedom. And I'm going to tell them that knowledge isn't harmful.
They need belly buttons.
And well, otherwise that's just weird. So I'm not going to go on and on, but that's just one example of, there are plenty of ways to construct the mythology to find the alignment with the values. And of course it's a construction. But that's one of the beautiful things about Satanism is we recognize that religion is created. It's all us. There's no thing being handed down from on high. And when you embrace that, there's nothing to stop you from playfully looking back on history and finding a way of creating meaning in those stories in a way that also aligns with your values. So that's my answer.
Well, and G was even saying, you mentioned about creating chaos. And of course, that's I think up to each individual's idea of what chaos is. I'm going to speak as the woman here. Me being a satanic or a Satanist woman in and of itself is a shitload of chaos. I am disrupting everything that is one, gender expectations, religious expectations, and just general societal expectations of what I am. I'm disrupting that. I am creating that chaos simply by identifying as a Satanist. And in whatever capacity that means to me. I'm an educated woman. I know I've studied theology. I have a degree in it. I know what my path is and I know what I identify it as. And it's not as simply as being able to answer that I'm a Satanist because there's a lot of complication that goes into that, and even how I relate to that as my upbringing. Like I don't identify as Catholic anymore, but I literally can't get rid of all those teachings as my brain developed and who it made me into the person I am today. I can't just say no to that. So there has to be a reconciliation for me between the religion and the chaos disruption that I'm doing in my life. So that's where that symbolism comes in. Like, okay, as a powerful, I'm an adult content creator. Well, that obviously means that I'm a sexual being, and I kind of need to own that part of me. So the symbolism of even the Baphomet saying that the feminine and the masculine energy together and how that relates to that. I truly do believe that the symbolism allows me an attachment to an understanding of things I couldn't understand before. And it's always continuously developing, changing, and growing. What it meant to me 20 years ago when I started, I think we can all agree, LaVeism was kind of like our starting point. I even studied Luciferianism and stuff like that. Like where did I want that chaos disruption in it? And I think Satanism in general for me, no matter how it manifests throughout my life and changes with that knowledge, it takes on different forms.
Before I get and that was a great answer, before I get to Geo and also Metaphor Man, because Metaphor Man is new here, so I would love to hear what Metaphor Man has to say about all this. But to me, it's like the snake could be interpreted not as like God the Father, but as like the cool uncle who lets you sit around all day and do drugs. The only question is, like, when you only have the cool uncle or the cool wine aunt, I guess, which is Lilith in this example or whatever, who would be in charge of that kind of upbringing, what exactly is going to happen to you as far as whether you're going to be able to have more of a control over your life? Are you going to be the ant that prepares for the winter, or are you going to be the grasshopper who's singing away while the ants are preparing for the winter because they're just doing their own thing, man? Like, that is something that I think about when I think of what's currently going on today in general for most of society, when we do have a lot of creature comforts. But with that being said, I would love for Geo, if you have any response, and then get to Metaphor Man. And don't forget to subscribe. Geo.
The more I'm thinking about it, it's almost, and I do, because I love Metaphor Man's content on Twitter, so I want to get to what he has to say. But it's like, the more I'm thinking of it, the more there's this one passage by Slavoj Zizek where he talks about how Buddhism is like the new, like, neoliberal religion of the future. I think Satanism, in a lot of ways, the way certainly the Satanists are describing it, is sort of like the in vogue liberal religion of our globalized future, because it seems to have all the hallmarks there of taking sort of like the cunningness of instrumental reason and driving it to its final conclusions of total autonomy in thought and action. And it seems that Buddhism is still a bit too alien for the Western psyche in order to be fully integrated, apart from some, like, Californian corporate mindfulness stuff. It seems that Satanism, it's true, like in the one book, Fire in the Minds of Men, it has all the hallmarks of sort of secret society and globalization and the total autonomy of one's own being. It seems to me that the more we go towards this sort of secular future, the more we're going to pull around into sort of an inverted post-Christian cathedral-approved version of mysticism that is satanic. So you've heard it here, folks, on Break the Rules. Liberalism is satanic. It will be the Satanism of the future. But no, I kid, only partially. But it does, to me, it just seems interesting how the framework of it is inherently humanistic. But I guess that the question would be, it almost seems that Satanism is another attempt of people within modernity or post-modernity to recapitulate the sort of sense of mystical reverence and longing for community that we lost. Only now it has to be directly in contrast to the predominant culture. But the one thing I would say is that I don't really believe that Christianity is the predominant culture, but that's just my bias as being on the sort of trad right. I think it's the total opposite. I think that the age of Satan is upon us, unfortunately. So, sorry, I've been talking for a long time. So,
if may
I would
I,
agree.
there's a quick observation I want to make before we turn it over to the next to Metaphor Man, if I may. I just wanted to quickly note that this gesture isn't strictly new culturally. And even with the metaphor of Satan in particular, but even older than that.
I'm hearing voices.
But this gesture is new, even like, a recent iteration with the metaphor of Satan in particular is romantic poets who are all about being atheists and using Satan and stories about Satan as a metaphor for their political rebellions and all of that, all that crazy stuff that was going on in France, and so like this
like even Swinburne with paganism, yeah.
So right, so you talk about this as a direction we're going. I don't know. That's a separate discussion, but I just wanted to point out that it's not really necessarily a sort of strictly contemporary or strictly, even within atheistic subgroups of Christianity, like there are atheistic Catholics. There are, different reform groups in multiple religions that are either agnostic or atheist, but identify religiously because of the symbolism and the narratives and everything. So that was the only point I wanted to make. Is this is a
totally heretical, by the way, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, let's go to Metaphor Man. You've been waiting long enough. How are you?
I'm good, man. It's good to be here. So I don't really have too much background or experience with the whole Satanism thing. What I do know is that it got largely popular like right around the 50s and 60s, right, with the whole LaVeyan thing. It seems weird to me that a religion based around being like an empowering type of organization that wants to empower the individual, you don't really see that type of community outreach. Like when you think of a food bank, you think of like a homeless shelter. You don't think of Satanism. Like they've made little to no effort to actually institute those type of things. And it's just is weird to me that like a religion that makes it one of their tenets to, like capture the freedom or like allow people to be themselves and like bring them up together instead of just leaving them, to die somewhere. It just seems weird that isn't like one of their, overarching goals as a religion.
One thing, it is Satanism, and I doubt most people want to donate to that, so it's not gonna have the money that like the Catholic Church has or something like that.
Yeah, I've done so much volunteering and stuff as a Satanist and organizations and groups of Satanists trying to do things. And it really is so hard to get the attention and the funding and things like that for people to do, because you just put the word Satan in front of it and we're already evil. And then you add in people who look like me, tattooed, wearing black, you're the Satanist, evil devil worshiper. They're definitely not going to be handing me a check for $2,000 or anything else like that. So it's like, I want to say that there have been a lot of efforts, but we're also curb stomped a lot.
I don't know about that. You think about the people that have the most money in our modern world would be people that I would assume would align more with the ideas of Satanism when you take into consideration the predilections of the tech world and artists.
But even they're more strategic to know that Satanism by name is not the way to go.
Right.
So it's optics probably right there.
There must be some prominent Satanists like Marina Abramovic. Or
that's exactly who I was going to say.
Did she call herself a Satanist? I doubt it.
Well,
I think she called herself Thalemite, but
if you do those spirit cooking shit,
I'd like to push back on the premise for a second. So Socks for Satan was an incredibly popular thing that many of the local chapters of the Satanic Temple did, gathering socks to distribute to homeless people. Menstruating with Satan is one of our incredibly popular programs that chapters all across the country do on an almost annual basis, collecting menstrual pads and other sanitary products to distribute at shelters. There are we do blood drives, all with the name of Satan, and we have fun with it. And some people get freaked out, but plenty of people don't freaking care where their socks come from if they're homeless. So yes, these things are in fact going on. Maybe you haven't heard about it. I know it gets in the news sometimes, maybe not as often as we would like. So go look it up. But yeah, we at the Satanic Temple as an organization takes the idea of compassion and justice as fundamental parts of Satanism very seriously. And one of the types of activities that our local chapters really, really love doing on a local level. And now that I'm saying this out loud, maybe that's why it doesn't necessarily get the huge flashbang national press. But our local chapters love giving back to the community and doing everything from adopting highways and beaches that they can clean up to collecting supplies and things for the homeless. So it's out there. I just wanted to put that out there and sort of question your premise a little.
And we have a quick comment from Aryan Cowboy. I feel like Satanism is a reaction to Christianity and a misunderstanding of the left-hand path, Vahamarja, which is expedient joining. Vahamarja, which is expedient joining with the divine. And that's an interesting thing where I could think of splitting up Satanism into, let's say, the Satanism that you guys are professing, which is very different from, let's say, this Vahamarja that Cowboy was talking about, but also splitting it one more step with people like, Abramovic perhaps, or people like the Podestas, or people who don't call themselves Satanist, but you see the spirit of the kind of artwork, for example, that they enjoy, not saying anything specifically about them because, I don't know what goes on in their personal lives, but just as far as their artistic tastes go, there's a lot of cannibalism. There's a lot of things talking about, like taking the blood from somebody, like all of these things that, like, looking at you guys are not about that at all. That's like a whole other
that's
thing.
Catholics. Bro, that's Catholics. I'm sorry. That's not us.
I left that church.
The Catholics are the cannibals. Sorry, we left that. I left that.
I left
all
that.
this early 2000s.
Gio, you're
early 2000s.
Satanism infiltrated.
you gotta defend the
Marilyn
faith,
Manson level stuff.
You gotta defend the faith. By the way, we also have Alexandra here. Alexandra, what's your Twitter, by the way? I don't remember who you are, so please tell the good people about you.
Hi, I'm an artist. I live in New York City. I don't have a Twitter right now, but on Instagram, I'm opium_Alex_art. Some of my paintings there. I work mostly digitally, also mixed media. And I'm friends with Jules.
Nice. Yes, Jules is going to be joining us later on today. But
Okay.
What do you think about the conversation so far?
Really interesting. I'm not personally active in any satanic church, but I do a lot of reading. I actually just got this book. It's of poetry called The Joys of Satanism, and it's really good. It's by actually it doesn't even say. I guess an anonymous person. But yeah, the first poem is: "Say you love Satan. When you hear the word Satan, do you hear a lesson or a curse? Does the word Satan make you feel?"
You got to turn off the computer so that that's one of the things that happens when you're talking. You got to make sure that there is no feedback going back. Hold on, I'm going to mute you just for a second while you're turning that off. When you turn that off, I'm going to use this opportunity to ask people to subscribe right now, and also go to patreon.com/breaktherules of the 3. And if you
Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid Shadow Legends. If you become a $20 patron, you are going to get an exquisite print from the great Gio, who is joining us here. So hopefully we're going to get back to Alexandra right now. Alexandra, if you unmute yourself once you get the video to not play in the background anymore. So let us know what's going down there. But also, I just want you to know that there are 73 people watching right now. There were 80 people watching just a little bit ago, and these are great numbers, and I really appreciate everybody over here. And let us know, by the way, in the chat where you guys are all coming from, who brought you here. I think that's something I never asked before, and I think that will be a very interesting thing to find out. Anyway, let's get back to Alexandra.
Hi. Sorry. Yeah, that was my roommate. He was in the background. But yeah, if you want to hear the rest of the poem, it's really good. Okay, so Does the word Satan make you feel? What? When you see art, what do you feel? Do you feel? When you hear a sad story, do you hear the curse? Do you hear the cure? Do you hear the lesson or the failure? Do you hear what you want to hear? What do you feel? Do you ignore what you want to ignore? Lesson learned. So that's the first poem of The Joys of Satanism.
Nice. So
Thank you.
I would love to hear from some of the people here who have not had that much of a chance to speak, which is going to be Serpent Mound and also Disco Orpheus. In fact, let's start from Disco. You are a British man, right? You're Australia, or where are you from in the Commonwealth?
Because they're so similar, Australia and Britain.
Yes, they are. Well,
it's all Mexico to me.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. No, I'm British, yeah.
Tip tip cheerio.
Oh yes,
hello,
you
Governor.
too.
You remember like in that Tim and Eric sketch? Hello, Governor. Okay, anyway.
You're microaggressing him right now.
Oh, I love it. Give it to me.
So what do you Yeah.
Yeah, no, please carry on.
No, I was asking what do you think of all this? The Satanism.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to listen in and see where everyone's coming from first. I know Serpent, and I know of Geo and you as well. I guess Satanism to me is kind of like the petulant child reacting to the father figure. I guess there's a very simple way of explaining it. I'd like people to talk about that and then argue me down from there.
Sure. All right, let's go from there. How about Stephen, and then Greg, and then Siren?
Yeah, so as I've been listening to this conversation for the past, hour, close to an hour now, I think the question that I keep hearing in multiple forms is, why Satan? And why do you choose? Why would you willfully choose to align yourself with darkness, with a symbol of darkness, evil, et cetera, and then along with that comes, well, isn't it petulant? Isn't it immature? Why would you align yourself with that? Isn't it just falling back into the binary of Christianity, of good versus evil, all that kind of stuff? So the thing that I feel like I need to articulate first is that Satan is not an arbitrary figure for us. And when people ask, well, why did you choose Satanism but not, something, someone, Kalima, or as I always like to tell people, if I were to consciously sit down, if I were to deliberately sit down and just choose the most palatable religion that I could possibly be, if I wanted to have the broadest appeal, I would just be like a milquetoast, boring Episcopalian. I would
tried that actually.
Yeah, same. And I would I would be a Unitarian Universalist. So I feel like I feel like most people, when they hear about Satanism, they are approaching it from a strategic perspective of how do you win followers? How do you win people to agree with you? How do you win people over to your side? And maybe it's because of the dominant Protestant narrative that we all live with, where that is what religions do in the West, or at least Protestant religion does in the West. And maybe it's because we have that mindset. But G.K. Chesterton talks about how you should let your religion be less of a theory and more of a love affair. And my Satanism is all love affair. And it resonated in a way that no other religion has, precisely because I'm queer, and growing up queer in the Christian world, I was horrifically abused because of that. I went through ex-gay therapy. I went through exorcisms, and I was demonized. I was otherized as satanic. Well, guess the fuck what? When a whole group of people is marginalized as outsiders, as satanic, as demonic, and this has been done through the whole history of the church. The church invented Satanism as a label to otherize those within the fold, those who were Christians, who they deemed heretical. And so Jews as well, the synagogue of Satan, for example, the church created Satanism as an otherizing system to demonize those that they saw as heretical. Okay, well, taking on the label of a Satanist is to stand in solidarity with the demonized, and it is to take on that label that I was given, and basically saying this has been given to me whether I like it or not. Mm-hmm. This has been given to me whether I like it or not, and now I have left Christianity. I don't see myself as in opposition to Christianity. I rather see myself as post-Christian, and my Satanism is post-Christian. It has emerged from my Christianity, but is not itself opposed to Christianity. You know, on my altar right here, I have an icon of Christ. I have a wall of crucifixes right here, not upside down crucifixes, but actual Eastern Orthodox, but actual Catholic and Eastern Orthodox.
To be fair, the upside down crucifix is also a Christian symbol, not
is the cross of St. Peter. Yeah, exactly. So basically what I'm getting at is, it sounds like people think that this was some kind of strategic ploy. And I think that actually, if you examine the lives of Satanists, you would see it isn't at all. We lose jobs, we lose families, we lose a lot. I sacrifice a lot leaning into this.
Well, you guys keep talking about like helping people, using that ideology to help people, and it seems like the label itself does more harm than good and doesn't allow you to help people. So taking on this adversarial thing seems, and it's like I get that, like that's not the. I don't know. It seems like all ideologies kind of proselytize, and it's because they have to make headway with what they believe. So if you want to help people, it seems like you need some sort of optics.
I don't understand why people need to know what I believe in order for me to help them, though. They don't need to. And, you know, for example, so my partner works in suicide prevention, and I manage a grocery store that brings food to lower income homes. So none of that has to do with none of that is publicly associated with my Satanism, right? And my partner's, you know, talking people off of ledges on the phone all day long. No one has to know what his religion is, right? But we are both in service. We are both in service to people in need, precisely because of our religious convictions. And so I think the misunderstanding, one of the big misunderstandings, is that I don't care if my religion survives or not. I don't care. I don't care if Satanism lives past my generation. It's for me. And as such, I don't care whether I proselytize or not. My job.
But to Yaakov's point, though, but to Yaakov's point, if you're saying it's for me, and Yaakov made the point that the image that people have of Satanism would actually optically wise prevent you from doing as much good to the world as you possibly could, do you see that as a potential problem then?
Yeah, it is a potential problem, and that I think shows just how much it isn't arbitrary. If I wanted to make my life easy, then I wouldn't be a Satanist.
But
and if I
not about your life, though.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in real quick?
Sure. 1 second before you jump in, I just want to say, the problem for me here is that you're saying my life easy, but if you're talking about helping other people, then shouldn't the other people kind of come first, in that you would have to, in a way, sacrifice the desire you would have to have this certain satanic temple image, if only that means that you'd be able to help that much more people in what you're doing.
No, I don't think so, because what it's also doing is culture jamming. And what culture jamming is basically exposing how our narratives about our assumptions are wrong. And someone has to do it. Someone has to do that at some point. And it has also always been true. Gay people, trans people, at one point women, religious minorities, asking religious minorities to basically say, well, why don't you just give up your religion to have a greater impact, is kind of, I think, the wrong way to go about it. Instead, the response should be, let's hold people to a higher standard of understanding how their assumptions are wrong. And I think that, and one of the reasons why I don't pull back from the satanic image is because I actually think it's really, really important for people to second guess their biases. And I think it's that benefits them in other situations. Thinking Satanism is something that's really good to think with, meaning it's a good kind of microcosm in which you can do some really hard mental exercise that will inevitably benefit you in other areas. So if you overcome your biases, if I help people overcome their prejudices and their biases when it comes to this issue, then that is inevitably going to be positive in other humanitarian issues.
My worry is that,
can
like,
I wait?
Oh, wait, yeah,
so
let's
jump
get a
in.
verse.
Okay.
Well, let's get a verse first.
Okay, so even in your description of Satanism, it sounds like cope. No offense. It's like it has the whole like Luciferian, like, oh, I'm rejecting the Father, and let me show you how good I am by still maintaining all of your same morals, but also not ever accepting like that there's like an order to things. So it's like, oh, I'm still humanitarian, I'm still this, I'm still that, despite the fact that I'm still adhering to like a nihilism. I still want you to note that I can do all the things that you value, but I'm still not going to make sure that daddy knows that I agree. Like, it's like a very much like a childish like rebellion thing, just like Satan, like Lucifer would have childishly rebelled against the Father in like the what's his face in the my man in the Upton, what's the name of the Morning Star, doesn't really matter, Paradise Falls. It's a very like childish rebellion. I'm gonna like show up my dad
Paradise Lost.
Paradise Lost, thank you.
Milton.
I'm gonna show up my Milton, thank you. I'm gonna show up my dad by doing all the things that he values, but I'm still gonna maintain like a nihilism and not even care about like the future of anything. It's just to show that I can still function within your morality, but still rebel. It's like a very like, it doesn't even make any sense in that sense.
Yeah. But then it goes back to what Disco Orpheus is asking. Do you see it as being a petulant child? And yes. I think that's Ver's interpretation of what Stephen was saying, is that, yeah, it is what you're saying is, yeah, it is being petulant. It is going across it. And I'm going to say that my thing is, yeah, I'm being petulant as hell.
I think
that
was pretty satanic right there.
My Satanism is meant to be petulant. It's meant to disrupt and cause that chaos. It's meant to own me and all of those weird, crazy facets of whatever me is, and that's what it is. So I'm going to say absolutely that mine is meant to be petulant.
What is gained from this?
On a wider scale.
What is the kid throwing a tantrum in the mall? How does that benefit anyone?
I see petulant doesn't necessarily mean you're throwing a fit. Petulant means you're just going against what is expected.
That is throwing a fit.
You have broken your word.
No, like I can. I'm a petulant child to my parents, only simply because I didn't talk to them for 12 years because I was going to live my life the way that I wanted to and not live by the mistakes that they already made and the lessons that they want to teach me that I never experienced. So petulance doesn't necessarily mean throwing a fit. It just means that you're going against it. And yeah, I am kind of going against the grain of what is typically expected of me. And that's why I think that's why I identify as a Satanist, I guess. And that's part of it. I mean, there's a really big, broad range of why I can say I am what I am and the whole history behind it and how it lends together, like Greg was saying. But I think if you want a simple answer is yes or no, I'm going to have to lean towards yes.
I think a deeper point, and this is a bit of a response to what Stephen was saying. This is from in the chat, friend of the show, Info Warlock. He said, everyone has become a LARPer in the absence of any authentic culture. And also you would say, like it is said in John, I believe, 3.6, about what is of the flesh is of the flesh, what is of the spirit is of the spirit. So in other words, the argument would be that it seems to me there's a lot of emphasis on the, this notion and, verse called a petulant. But I would say you could say in the absence of a greater degree of cohesion from the grand sort of philosophic and spiritual meta narratives within, for example, Western civilization under Christianity, it seems that a lot of what is being sacrificed for this opulent gnosis or freedom is in a lot of ways an inferior version of what came before.
Executing sentence.
Fuck. I love you, buddy. So it seems that we're all just coming to the terms of the fact that we are existing in the state of postmodern driftwood, and we all have our particular LARPs, and we all have our particular approaches that in the end of the day roughly corresponds to a perspectivalism that doesn't amount to a lot of sort of, how shall I put it? It seems that this is, again, another response to the collapse of certain meta-narratives in society. And it to be, an utmost, most charitable response would be what Carl Jung talked about in his Answers to Job essay, where he talks about how this dichotomy between good and evil in Christianity, rather in a lot of other cultures, this sort of negative polarized spiritual forces are much more integrated within a individuated whole. Whereas in Western civilization, it seems that we are pulled towards the strict dualism. And of course, it's a heretical interpretation of Christianity. Obviously, he was not an Orthodox Christian by any means, but I think that's the same spirit that what you as Satanists are trying to convey is this sort of integration of the shadow on a massive scale. And that, to me, is a more sort of charitable view of Satanism. But at the same time, I still question a lot of materialistic and on the political side, a lot of liberal assumptions that go into it. So I don't know. It's just, yeah, take what that
me, to me, it seems to suggest that Greg is saying there's some sort of order to the chaos of Satanism, but Siren is just saying it's chaos for chaos' sake. So this sort of,
so it's like Discordianism versus,
yeah. Sure.
I mean, isn't there like two varieties of Satanism? There's like the Levian and like the theological, right? I feel like
there are many varieties.
Satanism is overflowing with varieties.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but it's effectively like, I mean, yeah. If your whole idea is like there's like no, you're rejecting order, I guess you can come up with any variety of whatever you want. But it's still effectively like
there's no point at which we suggested that, and also there are so many varieties.
The order of like a divine, monarch, like a father figure, patriarch. So you are rejecting.
There are some theistic Satanists who interpret Satan in that manner. So I don't really understand where you're coming from.
There's
that
effectively there's either you accept a hierarchical notion or you don't, right? This is not like there's many different ways to have chaos. That is what chaos is. But effective, you're either horizontal pure chaos, like a Levian atheistic Satanism, or you're a ordered form of like theological. I'm rejecting a particular patriarchal notion of morality. So, but both of those are still.
I really
only have
don't
two options.
Your rejection. Why not just be an atheist?
You're either rejecting a particular hierarchy, in which case you're still hierarchical. You just don't like the person at the top, or you're rejecting all hierarchy, and at which case there's a lot of varieties of chaos, but it's just chaos. There's just.
If I may, I just want to point out something that I feel like I'm hearing in all of this, because there are a lot of different kinds of Satanism, but when I hear someone ask me, why don't you just be an atheist? I wonder why they don't ask themselves, why be a Christian? Why not just be a theist? And I don't hear a lot of the same sort of critiques, things I saw on the chat asking, I don't see why Satanism is either necessary or sufficient for you to do good works in the world, Stephen. Well, Christianity is neither necessary nor sufficient for Christians to do good work in the world either. I don't see a lot of the same sort of critiques being applied. And if
it's because their actions were redeemed by Christ, but that's another.
I mean, there's definitely the I was a self-proclaimed deist for a long time, even though I grew up.
Yeah, there has been
and that's and it's very much cringe. And I was like, this is dumb. Why am I even playing this game?
Right. And that is partially my point, is that I just wanted to point out that if the conversation that y'all want to have right now is at the level of theism versus non-theism, we can do that. But I would prefer it if we didn't pretend that the critique of Satanism is one and the same with that. Because when you talk about
yes.
the idea that, the Satanism is just you're taking these ideas, you're still relying on these. I see all these things about how Satanism is pulling from associations and sort of historical narratives that come from Christianity, and that's true, but like none of that means that my worldview is something that is this like nihilistic, based on the absence. Like, I have my own view, my own metaphysics. Doesn't happen to involve a god, but yet I have my own sense of morality, my own sense of these other things that are associated with religion. And if you still continue to frame Satanism as nothing more than an inversion of what you believe, then I feel like we're not going to be having a conversation about what Satanism is to anyone other than you, if that makes sense.
No, I think that that's a misinterpretation, insofar as I actually think that it is because it is a rejection of Christianity that the idea that there is no God makes sense. Like, it's not like an inversion per se. It's if you are to think in a Luciferian sense, then Lucifer would not have thought of God to be God. That's why he would have revolted. That's where the basis of like a Satanism would come from. The human, the material, the self. These are the things that are of highest value, and as such, they're the ones that I'm going to I'm going to exalt as like being God, right? So in this case, you have your own sense of morality, you have your own sense of self, and that's like of highest order. That would make sense if you're rejecting a patriarch, right? That makes perfect sense to me. It's not like an inversion per se. It is, if you reject one thing, I'm on this other side. I also understand the pure atheist nihilism of like, there is no God whatsoever, I'm gonna do me. That also makes sense to me. But I don't think that saying that you are effectively a god or like some humanism form of Satanism, all these things, I don't think that that's an inversion, but it is it does accept a hierarchy. So you either don't accept hierarchy or you do, is my only binary. That's what I
mean by hierarchy in that, because I'm not sure I completely understood. Can you go into more detail about this?
So what I mean by hierarchy is like I don't want to use like the word.
You mean like a natural order?
Yeah, you either believe that there's like there is a natural order to
a logos and telos. Yeah.
A logos and telos. There's some things are higher order than others, or everything's the same, and it's just a matter of like perspective. There's simply things exist, and it is our social and our interpersonal experiences with them that creates our values.
Right, like the hierarchy. Either in nature, like even if you just take a nature, bugs, animals, cats, dogs, humans,
exactly.
Spirituality, God. If you believe in a hierarchy of some sort, then you would identify with that.
Yes, and I think there's a Satanism that agrees with hierarchy and that they just put themselves at the top, which I accept. And there's a Satanism that there is no hierarchy whatsoever. We're all matter. And, you do what you want in that. Yeah. And I accept that there's two different things. I don't think that the hierarchy is necessarily an inversion, but it is rooted in the theological natural order hierarchy is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That
because
makes
with the
more
absence
sense
of
to
that
me,
on that plateau would be like, I am just the same as that ant walking over there. You know, like I'm not better than it. It's not better than me. That would be, I think that's what he means. And like, and you can identify that in any which way with religion or science or humanism or whatever. What he's
like,
if I'm getting this right, he's saying,
that's right. That's
you
what I'm
fall
saying.
in
I think there's
as you
just two types
identify
of-
as a Satanism, you're either into this like no spirituality or hierarchy, or there's an order of things like progression, and then there's the ones that do.
Do Satanists believe in the prima materia or some sort of source energy that emanates throughout all things?
I do.
I don't.
I don't
Yay,
either.
diversity.
Yeah, and that actually points out, you know, the point that has come up several times, which is that there are many different kinds of Satanists. They're theistic, they're supernatural, they're materialist, they're agnostic, there's anti-theist, there's a very broad spectrum here.
So what is it that connects all of those facets?
So it, you know, when I started out at the very beginning, and I think you weren't here for this, I take a very broad definition of Satanism, which is nothing more than the religious adoration for the symbol of Satan. And that's it. That is it. That period. The religious adoration for Satanism or for the symbol of Satan. And that includes everything from Christian to, you know, Christian centric to pagan to indigenous to theistic, non-theistic, anti-theistic, on and on and on. I mean, it's a very, very large umbrella. And you know, Greg and Siren and I, we're all part of the Satanic Temple, which at right now is the most, I would say, the most visible and popular form of Satanism, but we are just one tiny sliver of kind of the whole diversity of Satanism.
So correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying it's sort of your individualistic approach that is like the essence of Satanism? So it's a kind of like whoever holds the ball gets, like it's your say on what it is, I guess, if I'm explaining it correctly.
Greg looks like he has something to say.
Would you like to go first?
Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Sorry. It's because it's fresh in my mind. No, actually, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's funny to me because the way this discussion is heading, I feel like I simultaneously am feeling kind of two responses to that. Because on the one hand, as a Satanist, one of the things I like about Satanism is that we don't believe in the divine. We don't believe that religion is something that is handed down objective from on high. We recognize that it is a creation of our culture. It's a creation of ourselves. It's something that we as individuals create, and we co-create with the society in which we live. And as such, fuck yes, it's going to be my Satanism. My Satanism is mine. And I love that I am existing in a religion that allows me to embrace that creative human characteristic. Now, my other answer is, all the other fucking religions do it too, they just don't admit it. They think that they're getting a word down from on high, they think that they're getting this, but they're all, even if, and I'm gonna say this is not to offend anybody who may be a theist in this conversation, and I know of which there are many, but even if you believe in the divine, you recognize, looking out on the world, that we live in a world where there are a billion different books that are all claiming to be the word. There are a billion different interpretations of even what it means to be Christian, and none of them agree with each other. We live in a world where religion is culturally created. And so I would entreat everybody here and in the discussion in the message groups to, if the question that you're asking is, well, what is the defining? I need boundaries. I need boundaries on this Satanism thing. What is it that y'all have in common? Like, put that question to Christianity. Put that question to every other religion that's out there, because there are.
I will, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is that this is, I understand, but the fact that religion is a messy, subjective, personal and interpersonal, cultural, evolving, and difficult to define thing is a characteristic of every religion out there. And the fact that we are here admitting that Satanism is like that is not a criticism of Satanism. It is being honest.
I'd say it's out there in the
I actually
exoteric
think
levels.
No, I actually think it's the defining factor of Satanism. It's the petulance with respect to boundary, with respect to like any order, any kind of external imposition. I think that what unites all of Satanism is that they don't like imposition from external sources. That is generally that's what I get from the horizontal and from the hierarchical versions of Satanism. I hear that in all the things you guys are saying all seem to resonate with that as well.
Yeah, go on, please.
I'm definitely going to go a little bit more along about with Veers from an outside perspective of what that would be the underlying glue that puts all of this together is the fact that it's a place for us to be able to define it for ourselves. And that's just the commonality of it. Is there, but there is an underlying thing, and I'm going to admit, I can't even express what that underlying thing that connects me from one Satanist to another, whether we believe in chaos or order, or if we believe we're being petulant or not, if we're finding it theistic, not theistic, atheistic, it doesn't matter. I think that there is this one defining thing. And I don't even think I can answer what that one thing is that would bring it all together.
And I will say I think it was Disco Orpheus who was asking, who said, yes, it's true of all the religions, but I'm asking you, and I respect that, I understand that. But I will say and I think that I think Siren has given some great answers. I think Stephen has given some great answers. But like, I'm also gonna invite you to, if you're really interested in this, like there's all kinds of crap out there. Like there's an essay that's free online. You can probably Google "Bracketing Beelzebub," which, by the way, awesome title, all about it's an academic treatise on how do you define Satanism in a world where everybody is defining it for themselves. Right. Like people are actually talking about this stuff, so it's not like the answer doesn't exist.
But when you're talking,
there's a lot of scholarship out there on it exists. Yeah.
But when you're talking about defining it for yourself, one of the comments that was recently made in the chat over here was that this petulance, it's not really something that is seen today as being that adversarial to whatever is the norm. In fact, the petulance has become the norm. I mean, just look around you. You know, just look around the media, look around what exactly is being promoted today. That, in a way, I think is why we have a lot of more, let's say, trad-based thinking that goes on in communities that are a lot more underground. You know, like the people who used to be in the periphery were the ones who were, let's say, more in favor of a lot of chaos. Today, I think a lot of the true artists, you know, they don't really have that much of a place in the mainstream anymore because they have to adhere to preferred pronouns. They have to adhere to all the stuff that they didn't really sign up for as far as what this dominant culture is. So this idea, which I personally see in a lot more, let's say, left-leaning people of we are the underdog, and I think it may also be something within Satanism as well as being this eternal underdog who is constantly fighting to undermine being controlled. I really do think that this is the society we're living in today, and it's something that's become extremely normalized. So I would love for anybody to have a comment. I mean, Verse, you're nodding your head.
Yeah,
so.
No, I agree with that 100%. Yeah. And like, I want to make it clear that I'm not like critiquing this from a perspective of like ignorance. As like, again, I was self-identified like atheist, Satanist, blah blah blah, deist. I've literally gone through every possible iteration of like Orthodox Christianity to Protestantism to like deism, atheism, and run the whole gamut and have come back full circle. Like it's not like I'm speaking from pure ignorance. Like but I do agree with what Lev just said in that there is a perpetual sense of underdogness in the ideology that is not true any longer. Like the majority culture is one of permissiveness and one of do as thou wilt. That is the actual standard macro majority culture, and it is actually more of the underdog position to have a ideology or a theology that is based on order and ritual and tradition. That is the actual underdog in 2020.
Well, that's it. I think both Lev and Vez hit the nail on the head. The first thing I was gonna ask Stephen after my initial entry question was, well, do you think Satanism was won? Because he tied, and I don't take this the wrong way at all, but he tied his queerness in being a sort of bridge to his Satanism. And I would say in the contemporary world now, homosexuality is sort of held up as a virtue. It's certainly not derided, not in mainstream at all. So, if you look around you, you'd think that, yeah, the underdog is now on top.
Well, so if I'm understanding you correctly, the question is, because gay marriage, for example, is now legal in the United States, has Satanism won?
No, it's not that.
No,
not gay marriage.
No, that's a very shallow interpretation, I think, of.
Okay, rephrase what the question was.
Okay, I would say that in general, it is regardless of whatever it is you choose to do in life. If the idea of the father is being, is being looked at as much lesser so than it has been in the past. If the idea is do your own thing, let your freak flag fly for whatever that means, that is more of what I'm pointing at here as being the dominant paradigm we're in today.
Yeah, I mean, so I think I'm with Steven Pinker when he says that we live in the best possible time to be alive. And I think that is true for minorities. I think that is true for women. I think that is true for the deeply poor. I think that is true generally across the board. It is better to be alive now than it has ever been to be alive ever. And by the way, I don't actually think that that's a very leftist thing to say. I get crucified on the left for saying that actually things are pretty fucking good right now. They've actually been the best, I think, in human history. I think that is a triumph of reason. I think that is a triumph of the Enlightenment. And
have you been online recently?
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, look, medicine-wise, completely agree. We have a lot of great technology today. I mean, we have the internet, which is great, and especially as far as, let's say, my mom or anybody else who would encounter any medical problem, they'd be able to have it taken care of, 100%. But if we're talking about the actual isolation that people are feeling away from something that is higher than their own, let's say, doing your own thing, because again, like for me personally, I think I am so lucky to have had a family that I was able to look up to, and that we had a lot in, they had a lot of experience that they were able to pass on to me, and I feel like this cohesive part of this group that looks out for each other. And I think today the idea has been much more of, people sitting down in these stupid little offices, open offices, no more cubicles anymore. I mean, now with COVID, it's slightly different, but basically not interacting that much with something that connects them to a greater whole. But in a way, like a lot of these woke things have been put to the fore as, look how progressive we are, look how wonderful things are. Meanwhile, I think a lot of people are lonely. I think a lot of people are yearning to have this family connection to something stronger than all the stupid advertising that they keep seeing, which tells them, this is what you need to be happy. Like if you have your preferred pronoun and project it to the rest of the world, this is who you are. Well, I personally think that that's bullshit. I think that this is a coping mechanism for not having this, this element which connects you to something greater than just your individual desires.
And that could be religion or societal. It could be culturally and things like that. I mean, I would agree with that.
Unity.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. I think that the, this reminds me of something that Sam Harris said, who I'm generally not a fan of. I tend to not be a big Sam Harris fan, but he did say something at one of his events where someone came up to him and was expressing a similar kind of anxiety, but it was centered on kind of what about the centrality of a holy book and the holy narrative that binds a culture together? And his answer was, well, look, you can just lay claim to literally every book in the library. It's all there for you. You
no book
now
has any-
have, but hold on, you now have the autonomy and the authority to go get it. And I do think that we have a paralyzing kind of, we do have, I think that there are a lot of problems with the modern world. I do think that we have a loneliness epidemic, and I think that we have a crisis of meaning. But I also think that we now have the responsibility to make our own meaning and our own world, and we can literally lay claim to any religious tradition we want. We can lay claim to any wisdom we want, any philosophy we want, and build from that. And I don't think that anyone in any time has had that luxury in human history. And so, yes, it's terrifying. Yes, it's overwhelming. Yes, there are horrific things that need to be fixed. And I like to think of progress in terms of vertical and horizontal. So vertical is like looking back in time. And I think if we all look back in time, it's pretty obvious that the progress we have made as a species is astounding and incredible. But then there's horizontal, there's horizontal justice and horizontal progress, which is when we look across the plane of the present moment and repair the injustice that has been done in a horizontal manner across in the current day. And so, yes, of course, there are problems. Of course, we have an epidemic of loneliness and a crisis of meaning. But on the other hand, we can lay claim to literally every single book in the library. We can make it our own. If you want to draw from Christian mysticism, if you want to draw from Hinduism, then fucking do it.
When you say
it's
we,
yours.
who do you mean when you say we?
I mean anyone who has humanity.
See, this is the thing right here. I think we are touching on something extremely important. When you're talking about humanity as this mass from a Google illustration of the month or whatever, like, you know, like the flat art people, those blob people, like, I don't see humanity as being something where it's just like all these individuals that are going to do their own thing. I believe that there is a hierarchy that is required in any society where people should be looking up to someone who would be influential in their lives to make their lives better. I am not a fan of this Lord of the Flies, you know, let them just watch the iPads or let them just do whatever they want, because they are going to go to Candy Crush Saga. Most of them are
but
going to go
wait.
all these creature comforts.
What did I just say actually suggest that? Because that to me is not a contradiction. We will always have leaders. There will always be a natural inequality, at least a little bit. There will always be the New York Times bestsellers. There will always be the NFL. There will always be super athletes. There will always be teachers. There will always be wise men. There will always be authorities. What I'm saying is now we have greater access to them. What I'm saying now is that this isn't a leveling of, I still have teachers. I still have authorities
teachers.
Who I look to.
You have teachers and you have authorities. The only problem that I see, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, and I would love everybody's input on this, is that with Satanism, one of the flavors here is this do your own thing mentality, where it would be kind of more encouraged not to have this structure of listening to a particular authority. Inadvertently, maybe. Like, it's not like you are saying, you know, don't listen to your parents. But I think this is something that people pick up on, not even with Satanism, but just with the general culture today, that there would be this tendency to be educated by, you know, like these celebrities that people are listening to, these social media figures, you know, just like whatever it is that you're going to be glued onto from a very young age on the screen, and not so much anything positive that you would have inherited from your parents. Because let's face it, a lot of the boomers, they've also been living a very carefree lifestyle, so I'm not sure how many of them are also as equipped to be able to pass on something positive. And I agree with you there when you're talking about whatever bad experiences you or anybody else have had living under, you know, these kind of conditions. It's a big problem. The only question is, what do you do not to make it worse? Because it seems like today's approach is making it worse and is isolating people a lot more. But I would love everybody
Look,
else's input on this as well.
May I jump in and ask you a quick question?
Go for it.
Lev, did you, I may be misunderstanding you, did you make a jump from not believing in hierarchy in the theological sense, of not believing in a natural order or a supernatural, higher being? Did you make a jump from that to like, we can't tell kids what to do, or that kind of thing? Because it seems like, and I'm not just talking about you, but in this conversation, I feel like there have been some mushy sort of jumps and assumptions across boundaries, and I might be misinterpreting this, but
no, that's perfect. That's the ultimate question right here, because I feel that these two things do end up being linked, and I would love to hear from the panel. I
think the thing is, like, Satanism is kind of being positioned as like a conscious reaction to the state of the world, when really I think it's an unconscious symbol or a symptom of the state of the world, and like basically regret, just trying to turn your back on like Western ideals, which is kind of the flavor of the month. So
no, not
no. It is the opposite.
I'm not going against. I'm not going.
Listen to him go.
I'm so not going against Western ideals. Like seriously, no one's going against Western ideals.
You don't look very trad to me.
That's not.
No, I would say that it's an outgrowth of Western ideals, in my opinion. What they're preaching is the end result of Western ideals.
That's not sort of Fukuyama end of the world.
Hold on.
One at a time. Greg, go for it.
See, and evil seeps into the hearts of more victims.
So that's not just wrong, it's the opposite of correct. The intellectual tradition that many Satanists that I know draw on is from the Romantic period interpretation of Satan as a figure to look up to because it represents things like Enlightenment values, things like rationality and freedom and justice. And so it's such a disconnect to me to hear it framed that way, because like people were accused of being Satanists during the French Revolution because they were fighting on the side of the Enlightenment instead of the monarchy.
Well, it was a Satanic Revolution.
It's a Satanic. I was just about to say that. The French Revolution is literally the Satanic Revolution.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good wagon to hit yourself to. The French Revolution, the kind of things that happened during that time. That's
the wagon I'm hitching myself to is the fact that both internally, in terms of the people, I mean, because people were writing and using Satan as a metaphor for rebellion against tyranny, for activism. That I absolutely am saying that's part of the intellectual history of the way Satan as a character has been used philosophically. And similarly, it's by the opposition, the religious people and the people who were opposed to Enlightenment, the people who were opposed to the Enlightenment because they thought that it was the thing that brought all this chaos and brought all of this violence, and who therefore wanted to fight for the monarchy. Like it's whether you think it's good or bad, Satan has been identified with Enlightenment era philosophy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
we would agree with that. We would agree with that. We all agree with that 100%.
I don't mean to Demaistra post, but I will Demaistra post. So.
Also.
It's my understanding.
Oh yeah. Well, Alexandra, I would love for Alexandra to talk. She has not gotten a chance to say anything in a while. Please subscribe, everybody.
I'm really shy.
Please subscribe.
Okay. So, my understanding then is that when people talk about Satanism in terms of like Enlightenment values and bringing, light into darkness and such, they're talking about like Luciferianism. Like when we talk about that aspect of Satanism, it's like Luciferianism is as the Satan as the light bringer and the bringer of truth, and to fight against tyranny. And then when we talk about Satanism in the sense that it's like egoistical and it's about like self-servingness as opposed to charitability and stuff, that's more like the classic, like the devil or Satan, like Prince of Hell kind of thing. It's like there's two different aspects to Satanism.
They're all the same thing. Those are both the same idea.
Yeah, they're the same idea, but it's like two words for two different like concepts of Satan.
Two sides of the same coin.
There are definitely
the same coin, yeah.
There are definitely people who gravitate to and draw inspiration from different sort of attributes of this one sort of murky historical mythological figure that's actually a bunch of figures that have been jammed together over the ages, right? We all know about that. And so like I've even heard people or seen people write about within satanic circles, like trying to talk about how, you know, you can attach different sort of aspects of Satan, different sorts of characteristics that you might find inspiring to some of these different names. And if you are interested in the enlightenment seeking of knowledge, then that is the Luciferian aspect, like you're saying. And if you're interested in the, I am going to rebel against tyranny, then that's Satan, right? And then if you are more interested in, you know, mischief and culture jamming, to use the term that Stephen brought up, then maybe you're like really into Loki, like you can draw on all kinds of historical mythological traditions. So like, yeah, but all of that, I guess, just from the way I hear the term used, this is usually under the rubric that I hear a lot of people who identify as Satanists. They talk about these as like the different sort of aspects of various historically demonized gods, and they conceive as different elements of their own Satanism. And some people are more drawn to one than another, but they all are kind of facets, maybe.
And that's where I mentioned when I first mentioned about what Satanism means to me and the whole symbolism of things. It's not that I believe that Satan is real or that there is this thing, but if we go simply contextually wise, it's the symbolism of what it represents, this aspect of me and how I relate to the world. And humans are just, we're always seeking connections. We're always seeking human connections or connections to self or connections between point A and point B, whether in knowledge or things. That's just what our brains do. Our brains put things together. Like, that's not actually a triangle, but we see a triangle. Right? It's like our brains just work that way. And I've learned to accept that about me, that is just something that I connect to, is that symbolism. And it could be simply because of what I did growing up and how I was raised. It could just simply be the way that I am. I don't know. And like, I'm not here to psychoanalyze myself to the point of like, I'm going to drive myself insane, because none of it makes sense. But I understand that that makes sense to me. So then I can't say to another Satanist, no, you have to have these symbols and things like that. It has to mean something to you. And it could absolutely not. And I respect that it doesn't for them, because we're all on our own path for this. And I don't think we can surmise it into one thing or another, but people are going to keep trying to box it in, because that's how they understand religion. That's how they understand connection, is simply by putting it in this microcosm of this is how it is. Well, and it's just not.
Well, you're touching.
So can I ask a question?
That's the petulance. That is what it is.
I
You
mean,
can make a
there's
word
no
for
judgment
it.
in it, because I wouldn't call myself a Christian, although I definitely have belief. Have any of the Satanists here dedicated their souls to Satan in a ritual?
Yes.
Yeah, then that's, I was just about to say the same thing. It's like it makes it, you understand that like on an ontological level, like if there's symbolism and you see the reality through that symbolism, and there are now new like emergences and phenomena because of that symbolism and your interface of reality, that makes it real. Like it is reality just as much as numbers are real, just as much as any other abstraction is real. So even if like I often hear Satanists say like, oh, Satan's not real, but it's just symbolism. But that is what reality is. That is our experience of reality. And I appreciate that.
Why are you going through a ritual and dedicating your soul to it?
Yeah, that's why we do ritual. That's why we call ourselves religious, because religious, it's like I know we aren't supposed to talk about J.K. Rowling anymore because she's apparently evil or something, but
probably for different reasons.
She's based and retro.
Your word.
At the end of Harry Potter, when Harry is having that hallucination in King's Cross Station, and he's sitting next to Dumbledore, and he asks Dumbledore, "Isn't this all in my head?" And is this real? Isn't this all in my head? And Dumbledore says, "Of course it's all in your head. Why on earth does that mean it isn't real?" That is how I see my Satanism.
Chat wants to know what the ritual was.
So first I got some old carcasses that were roadkill, and then I and then I masturbated into them. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
it was
sounds
very
like my kind of night. Hello.
No, it was very quiet. It was very quiet. It was at my altar here, and it was it was mostly very quiet and meditative. And it was basically, I was listening to some music, and it was when I made the choice that I wanted to give myself to this thing. And it was and I wrote some stuff in it, and it was kind of a very small, stripped down ritual. And I've done more stuff like that since, but most of my rituals are very meditative, and it's really an attempt to kind of reach gnosis, to reach an altered state of consciousness where I can have kind of a different experience of reality.
Well, you were touching
Yeah,
on...
that sounds like your meditations.
Say that one more time.
So I don't know if it's exactly like my meditation. I do a lot of pranayama techniques, and I see a white light in the center and all that stuff. So it's an interesting process to see what happens from it. I know that afterwards I do observe the world in a slightly different way. But one thing I did want to touch on, mentioning Harry Potter, is that I think this touches on a big problem that people are observing today. When you have people, and not people who are like living somewhere in the outskirts, but people who are in charge of, let's say, marketing or journalism or certain things having to do with the functioning of a urban society, they're going out there, they're calling Trump Voldemort, and they're using Harry Potter references. These are adults that are using Harry Potter references as far as their view of the world. So when we're talking about hierarchies, when we're talking about passing on wisdom to people, when I see something like that, I see very much a lack of this wisdom, which brings me to the question of the masses of people out there and what their influences are. And I don't really see this notion of you can't judge, everybody let them do their own thing. Like, obviously, I am never for forcing anybody, especially not forcing anybody from the state to do for people to do things. But at the same time, as far as certain encouragements in society, like, let's get a little bit higher than Harry Potter references when it comes to the political system here.
Lev,
I completely agree with that.
Pardon me, but I don't think, I sincerely doubt you're going to find anyone here who says that nobody can judge anything, or just don't judge, or nobody. I don't think those people.
It's an extreme, but the question is where do certain ideas that you guys are talking about, which direction are they going to, and how far in that direction are they going to? Not for you, because look, if you were, let's say, if you were the mentor of people, like I would love, for example, to have a different way that we do schooling, where we can have brilliant people like yourselves talking to people about like neuroscience and all these things that you know of really well. At the same time, though, if we're talking about not judging and not having this kind of system in place, I think that I wish that Siren was right as far as people seeking out things. I think it's more of a matter of people sitting there and letting whatever it is that they're exposed to from a young age fill them up and turn them into these NPC zombies, the most of them. And that's a big problem, because you need positive influence in your life. And if it's just about all the Harry Potter stuff and all of these very simple-minded notions, it's a big problem for me as far as the way that society's going to look. I mean, look, maybe I'm wrong here, but I'm curious about what you think.
But what do you identify as positive influence? Like, it's almost like saying, like, you have to be of this single mindset in order to have positivity and something to look up to and to pass down. Right. Why can't myself, be that positive influence to my children, and they pass that down by being a good person, by doing that? Why does there have to be something more than that, than for me to identify as good?
Are you considering the
seems there's a lot of rocky
media?
Relationships with parents here, though. I don't know.
Yeah, the media plays a huge influence on people, so it may be your intention to, to actually be that person for your kids. But if you aren't, monitoring all the other influences that come in, then you have there's a huge opening for these outside influences to play a role, which is why I think there is a problem for people only being, especially like millennials, only being able to identify with what you just said, the Harry Potter, because that is not necessarily something that the general society finds as a positive influence. Meaning there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know what I missed, but there's a lot of, like me personally, I would not necessarily want my children to emulate everything that they see in Harry Potter. But if they're talking to somebody who only talks in Harry Potter references, that's going to be an influence that I can't control. You know, which is why I don't send my kids.
Right. No, I understand that. But what I'm kind of wondering is, what does that have to do with Satanism? With Satanism? Like, how is that a crux that's on us to do that? Like, why is it? Oh, because I'm
not putting Satanism.
I wasn't saying was wrong.
No. But that's what my question is I think we've gotten so far off of to how this actually relates to Satan.
Here, I can make it relate.
I'm like, I'm not understanding it.
I'll make it relate.
So can we?
Yes, I'll make it relate. Okay. I don't see Satanism as being the root. I see it as the branch. Basically speaking, I see Satanism as being one way that some people within society coalesce around certain things that they share, but the actual thing that's concerning for me has nothing to do with Satan or, you know, the devil with the hordes or anything like that, or Baphomet. You know, I think Baphomet's kind of cool looking actually because it's got the Kundalini thing going on. So, but anyway,
I love it.
The concern is nothing to do with that. It's much more pedestrian. It's much more the idea of when you're not going to have a Greg Stevens for every single household to be able to be a good mentor for people. Mostly people are going to get what they get. You know, they're going to get whoever it is that they grow up with, whoever it is in their neighborhood, and it shows that when you have, for example, kids with single moms, they're going to have a lot more interaction with the teenagers on the block as opposed to the father that's not around. And
are we just talking about the prevalence of humanism in society and like how Satanism relates to that?
I feel like that's what we're talking about. I feel like that's what Lev is.
Okay, because I'm still confused.
I feel like that's what Lev is talking about.
Yes, well, it's less about, I'm not even sure if humanism is the right word here. It's more about if you don't have a positive influence as far as any kind of religious or whatever kind of structure you want to insert in here. If you don't have that
now, hang on. I want to push back on you on that specific thing. Because what I'm hearing from you is a conflation of religion and theism. What I'm hearing from you is by saying that because Satanism is not theistic religion, that our influence does not go in this category of having a good, solid religious basis for things. And I also feel I'm hearing from you that you're just mad that they're calling Trump Voldemort instead of Satan. Like, it seems
they call him Satan too. No, they call him Satan too, definitely. Satan, Hitler, all over the place.
The modern left, they don't believe in Satan anymore. They believe in Trump, though. That's the thing. Or Hitler or whatever. But.
Right. So my point is that I don't know from where anyone would get the idea that because and again, I just want to side note, repeat myself, I'm not speaking for Satanism. I'm not speaking for the Satanic Temple. This is me right now, my perspective, and my Satanism. My Satanism is deeply, deeply rooted in what I think are moral and ethical principles. Things that I didn't choose because to me, they face value or things that I apprehend as being good and right and worthwhile. And if in some weird ontological Platonic sense, you want to say, oh, see some sort of objective, whatever, like, maybe. But the fact is that just because I am not a theist doesn't mean that, like, the Satanic Temple has the 7 tenets. We're not trying to derive the 7 tenets from logical physical principles. They're just ethical principles that we all agree on. And if you don't agree on it, then fine, maybe the Satanic Temple isn't the church for you. And so the idea that I feel like the argument here is kind of wandering around this abstract idea of certain elements of Satanism, like Satanism as rebellion is, as petulance, which it can be, and as rejection of hierarchy, which it is, and sort of trying to reduce it to that and say, if that's all you got, then where are people going to get their leaders and teachers from? But that's not all that it is. That's not all that it is for any Satanist I know. So that's where I want to put back. Like when you say a lack of a lack of, and I've heard that term a lot in this discussion, a rejection of hierarchy and a lack of these absolutes. And I feel, I may be wrong, I feel like I'm hearing like your subtext is God, right? So I would put it to you that, at least for me, I have things that I absolutely think are morally right and wrong. I don't need a fucking God in my ontology to have those beliefs. We can get into my ontology some other time, long twisted path, but my point is, for now, that I wish that the conversation wouldn't become a conflation of, if you are a non-theistic religion that doesn't believe in divine hierarchy, then it is impossible to be a person who believes in structure and authority, because that's, pardon me, and I don't mean to be mean when I say this, but that's you looking at things very much through the lens of someone who relies on divinity for authority. Like, you assume I am against any chaos. It's all chaos, liberal chaos, I tell you, because you're assuming that connection. And I just invite you to think about the fact that there are people for whom they can believe in authority without believing in divinity.
Sure, and
I have
this
a
is why
question.
It becomes improbable.
What's
but-
the moral basis then? Like, so for example, like, I understand that you have moral opinions, right? But like, what is the basis? What grounds the morality and makes it such that it's good, or you consider it to be of value? Like,
I'll
what is
pitch
the
in on
actual
that.
basis?
I'll
Yeah,
pitch
great.
in on that. Societal upbringing, wherever you're at, no matter what, there's always going to be a predominant religion. There's always going to be this societal or cultural idea of expectations, ethics, code of conduct, and stuff like that. And it's really grounded in what has worked. You know, respecting those who know more than me, to learn from them, to know what that your life is just as valuable as mine, no matter what you are, who you look like, or whatever like that. Like, these are things that I'm going to say that my moral background is rooted in cultural expectations, rules that have been set that are not written in stone. They're just passed down, and things that we live in, and they change as I experience more and what I feel is right.
This is where
Okay,
I
so
want
if that's the case, wait,
very
let me stick
Lindy.
to this. Let me
Yes,
stick to
very
this then.
Lindy.
If you're in a society that is based explicitly on Christian
Sorry, I cut out.
morality. Sorry, you're based in a society that is explicitly based in Christian morality. So why is it that how can you say that you are basing your moral judgments based off society when the morality of society is explicitly derived from this?
It's not
Christian
specifically
morality?
derived by, no, there's many religions and cultural expectations, from paganism, hermeticism,
None
Taoism.
of which have value
like,
in modern, none of which are attributed to, are given any kind of macro societal influence in our Western society. It's just not true.
Okay,
It
you
is
mean
not-
American society? I'm sorry. I'm also an immigrant, so like,
Great.
I probably have like a different expectations from cultural stuff.
What
So like,
culture?
Wow.
I'm Romani.
So Romanian. So
No, I'm not Romanian. No,
Oh, Romani as in gypsy.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
as in
No
gypsy,
offense.
as in racial slur, please. But
I
I am
know that-
Romani.
Oh, that's
I'm
probably
partly
partly
gypsy.
Zingara.
I think I'm
so-
partly gypsy
Isn't
too,
it-
on my mom's side.
Got it.
So like, even then, in that cultural, we come from a lot of Hinduism and paganism that came from Asian society. So like, I guess maybe I see it a little differently, but I think everybody, like, so if it is based on an Abrahamic religion, it doesn't mean I have to honor the religion. It means I just choose that feels good,
But-
and that's
but
what
you're
I'm going to
still-
do. And I find that that's right.
But you're still looking at things that are above you. And one thing that I would say to something...
well, see, here but I admitted I believe in hierarchy.
There we go. But I think that there's something to that, where, to touch on what Greg
I
was
will
talking
hierarchy.
about several minutes like half an hour earlier, when he said that, oh, look at all these different religions, isn't it wacky how different they all are? The argument that I would make is that in the exoteric, you're right. in the esoteric. When you actually go into the mystery cults, there is so much similarity when it comes to the things that people end up experiencing that they shroud and wrap around in all of these different little rituals that people end up doing. But this, I think, is also a very important thing to make note of here. That when it comes to, like Verse was talking about, sure, you could have like some Taoists here. Guess what? In China, even, Taoism was not the prominent, philosophy. It was Confucianism. The idea being here is that you can have all these little sects and places, like you can have the Satanic Temple, you can have some, Hermeticists over here, some Neoplatonist people. That's all well and good. The reason why, I'm not picking on Satanism here. The point that I'm making is bigger than Satanism. It's the idea that beyond whatever these little organizations are, that I'm very thankful you guys are bringing socks to the homeless. Like, you guys do great work, and I really appreciate that. My biggest point here has less to do with any of these little organizations and much more to do with what is the whole of society embracing, like the amount of people that are out there that, I'm sorry, they're not going to start reading Cervantes and Pushkin. There are only a few amount of people that have ever existed in the world that would get to those kind of levels. Unfortunately, I mean, sure, it'd be great if everybody could do that. Maybe, I don't know, but that's not the reality. The reality is that there's always going to be much more followers than leaders. And when it comes to what those followers not even end up grabbing onto, but what end up being absorbed into them from influence, now it's going to be the iPads and the media that they absorb from a young age, because most parents don't have time to put in as much work into them. So that is really the big problem I see here, and it doesn't really have that much to do with Satanism. But I think the general idea of letting people do their own thing in rebellion, it's not the full part of Satanism, but I think it's such an important part for us to address today as a society. So there we go. That's my piece, and I also want Nya to speak later on. So Greg, after you respond, I would love Nya, who's been patient like a saintly cat, smoking a cigarette over here, to also input in. But anyway, Greg, go for it. And don't forget to subscribe.
My very quick comment is that Satanism, as we've touched on a few times, does have so many different interpretations and different approaches. And they are like the sort of classic LaVeyan Satanism. Sort of classic LaVeyan Satanism is actually a lot more like they're really into hierarchy. They're really into Nietzsche. They're really into the idea that there's going to be hierarchy. Some are just better than all those other, regular sheep people. And so hierarchy is going to emerge. You don't have a higher power God, fuck God. Like, that's LaVey all over. And so if you want to have a discussion about the role of hierarchy and culture, I'm not sure, one, that it really hinges on Satanism per se, but also I'm not sure that you have, it's like you'd want to, we don't have necessarily, I think, a good representation here of the sorts of Satanism that would probably be like, yeah, hierarchy, totally. Some people are just better, and if you're not better, too bad. If you're poor, it's because you chose to be poor. Those Satanists are out there. They're not me. But those Satanists are absolutely out there.
I just want to make sure that is not what I was ever calling for at all. I'm calling for there to be more hierarchy that encourages people to have, better abilities in life, to foster those abilities from a young age. Just so we're clear here.
Can I say that the basis of all hierarchy is the family unit? And I would ask, how much of Satanism, is merely a product of rebelling against the imagery that is evoked by the traditional nuclear family?
Also, I really hate to interrupt, but I'm hearing three words in particular that are being used through this conversation again and again and again, which is chaos, order, and hierarchy. And I'm wondering if that is a reference to Jordan Peterson. If that's
it wasn't before you said it. It wasn't.
No, yeah, okay. Now it is, but it was definitely
okay.
Not.
I'm just trying to track. Like, are we working from like 12 Rules for Life and Maps of Meaning and all that?
I've read
all that.
He really appropriated the trad and based in
right. Okay. We don't have to start talking about Jordan Peterson, please.
No,
hey man, you brought up Harry Potter.
I was into Young before Peterson.
That was very I'm proud of you. Thank you. I'm so glad about that. Okay,
but we can speak of it in like a Zoroastrianism sense, like, you know, competing forces. That is essentially what is the basis behind like the not Christ, the Lucifer and God mythology comes from a lot of like things like Zoroastrianism. There is that order, chaos, good, evil, dual deity, subdeity.
And also chaos is generative. It is not purely
Yeah.
annihilative force. Yeah.
Yeah, like these things exist in the Bible and they exist in other religions of that same area as well. So like it's not like it's they have basis, right? I mean, technically speaking, Lucifer isn't in the Bible. It's not the adversary Al-Satan in Job, or like the evil the snake in Genesis. These are like mythological tropes, but like Satan, and then I guess like Satan kind of Al-Satan again kind of shows up again with Jesus, but like the Lucifer is a extended universe concept, more or less. Like
yes, it is non-scriptural all the way.
It's non-scriptural, but it is canonical in the sense of like it is the extended universe. It's like accepted canon.
And there's also Dante's interpretation of
Dante. And I guess the devil's also in Revelation
as being one who sort of solidified people's conception of this character over time, right, Milton?
By the way, we have a comment in the chat. I bet this guy loves the 48 Laws of Power. I'm not sure who that's directed to. Are there?
Is that me?
I don't know. Are there any 48 Laws of Power fans here?
I have read the book, but I'll say 48 Laws of Power is really just is simping in office life. 48 Laws to office life and feminine politics. That's what it really is.
Interesting. So I want to get Tsuyami. I think I said it correctly. Finally, Tsuyami, you've been a very patient cat smoking a cigarette here. So let us know what's on your mind.
And then can I ask Siren something after?
Sure.
All right.
We hear her fear as well.
I'm not really like a religious person, so all of this kind of sounds retarded to me, but I just want to know like what brought you down like this path of any path to like choose Satanism. I don't know if you guys already covered this in the beginning. I wasn't here, but you guys were like mentioning Harry Potter and stuff like that, and I kind of see it as in the same way, as that it's just more people reading a book and like following a cult like interest.
Could very well be. No, I mean, I'll be honest with that. Why not? Why couldn't it be that? Why couldn't it be just like any other religion that some people either find value in or find it rubbish? Like,
exactly.
I mean, it very well could be that. I'm not going to tell.
But why is it such a big part of your character? I guess I'd ask.
I don't think it's any like big part. See, I'm not one that goes around going, I'm Satanist. Yeah. I mean, the only reason Lev found me was because I follow their Twitter page. I mean, I don't go around going, hey, I'm a Satanist, you know, or anything else like that. Like, it's kind of something I just kind of keep to myself because it's not something I feel I have to tout.
So what makes you so passionate about it then, I guess I'd ask?
I mean, why does anybody get passionate about anything?
Because it has purpose to it. So I'm wondering what your purpose is.
What my purpose is?
Yeah.
Oh, I already talked about that, so we might need to like go about that. But it's my chaotic response to my life and my life experiences. So that comes with religion, society as being a woman, being Romani, and everything I've experienced culturally with that. It does identify most with me as a person who believes in hierarchy, who is spiritual in a sense. I believe in omnipotent, omnipresent, whatever. Okay. For me, it gives me that purpose of connection to other humans simply as that, without a religious connotation of me judging them from that's my background is, are you a Catholic? Well, you either belong or you don't, you're going to hell or you're one of us. And that's kind of how I get connected with people on that.
So what it kind of seems like to me is like, you know how they have all them like dumb genders that are really insignificant and you have to like fit into like a really specific label. That's kind of what it seems like me, just like wanting to be part of a group. Nothing wrong with that though. I just think it's like a bit.
Yeah. Connection. Humans connect. We talked about that other thing. Is humans are always trying to connect with each other. And does it really matter how I'm trying to connect with somebody as long as I'm trying to connect?
Also, I'm curious about the tattoos.
I mean, but that's my question for me.
What's the origin of a lot of the tattoos that you have? Like, was there like
very different?
a pre-tattoo and a post-tattoo.
No, they're my life story and what they represent. And I have a lot of tattoos, so we would be here a while, me talking about them. But they are either representations of how I interpret my life, or I like them.
Interesting. It's like the Yakuza who have a tattoo for everybody they killed.
Everybody love.
I
was gonna say
it's my body count. No, I'm just kidding.
You knew. Oh, so you knew the meme right there. So
yes, I did.
Sorry about that.
I was gonna go into like. Oh yeah. Continue.
Yeah.
Oh, so what was the question for me?
Oh no, I was going to ask about. I think it's about what you do, or if you want to frame it as your art. What is the experience of being involved with certain sort of, let's say, how should I put this nicely, like certain sort of tantric practices? It seems to me, when I was in, I'll tell you this story.
That is probably the most PC way of anybody ever describing my job.
Yeah,
I love that. You know, your
what job?
I remember.
Well, I mean, and I'm going to say that's also funny because I do a lot of ASMR erotica and immersive connections. So I was like, oh, that's probably like, I might use that. But anyway, yes, with my job and what I do, how does that relate?
Well, I remember one time
For those of us who don't know, what is the job? I'm
an adult entertainer.
Wait, do you have an OnlyFans, by the way?
Like,
how do we see your tits?
Not on the stream, or else
not
we'll
like,
get shut down.
No, I do
like,
not.
Like cam girl or like dominatrix or like.
Do you have an OnlyFans?
Like what type?
I do not have an OnlyFans.
Well, don't worry, guys, because I do. So you can go sub to my OnlyFans.
There you go. I have a loyal fans. I have a loyal fans, but not an OnlyFans. But no, I'm a dominatrix. I do. I'm also online. I'm an ASMR erotic artist, and I do a lot of voice work for independent erotic writers for their audio files.
I'm actually oddly familiar with dominatrix, not from personal experience, but from many friends. I have.
Wait, I thought I recognized you. I'm just teasing.
You might. I mean, you
but I've been a dominatrix. I have like
some of the. By the way, some of the best erotic literature was written by 40-year-old shut-ins in the early 2000s on text-based sites. Don't even bother buying erotica. That's the best stuff. But anyways,
okay,
I was going to ask because it seems that we brought up the Enlightenment. I remember I had this really good, when I was in grad school, I had this really amazing prof, and she was specialized in critical theory in the Frankfurt School. And we were reading the one essay by Adorno and Horkheimer in the Dialectic of Enlightenment about Desaad. And I was talking about BDSM, and she's like, no, Gio, you got to realize that the Desaadian sort of corpus of literature, that's nothing to do with like the modern notions of BDSM as being this like limit experience. Right. It's more to do with like very similar to, and this is Horkheimer and Adorno's analysis of Enlightenment, instrumental reason, and capitalism and so forth. It's more to do with rendering subjectivity down into a series of holes to exploit, and sort of that's sort of like a supreme domination of the subject. But you, correct me if I'm wrong, but from someone who's in that world, you don't view it more as the domination of subjectivity itself. It's more of like, I would guess you could almost compare it to like Tantra or other sort of limit practices that utilize sexuality. Like, I don't know, what is your sort of like, I'm curious about how you view what you do as opposed to someone like a Desaadian notion of pure unadulterated domination over the subject.
Whoa.
That's like a long-winded theory cell, like question.
Yeah, that's a very long question.
Like, I guess in other words,
can you break it down a little bit?
Yeah, okay. So you, as opposed to like domination, you view it like being a dominatrix, not in the sense of like a power game, but rather you view it almost as like a sense of liberation. Is that what you're trying to get at, or like?
Well, how about both? Like, because I find it a sense of liberation for myself and being a woman and sexuality, and like getting rid of that. My value is based around my purity, and then only one person can have that. And it's like, I think that's more of the control over that is my own sexuality, for one, that I get to do what I want, how it pleases me, and that there's another person there that's wanting to experience that with me and let go. So there is that power exchange. And I find severe enjoyment in being able to help somebody express that part of themselves in a safe manner that understands, like, okay, well, this is this moment together that we are connecting. I mean, obviously I have this connection thing, right? We are connecting in this moment, and I'm freely able to express myself in however I want to, outside the dogmatic expressions that I grew up with, into also sharing that moment with somebody.
Yeah.
So I think it's a duality.
Yeah, there is a duality, I think. But then there's some people, some like crazy people that view even that as problematic, because it's almost like you're just flipping the switch on certain engendered relations. I mean, like, to tell you the truth, I think you could probably guess that I'm pretty much like pro purity and monogamy, but I can entertain something intellectually. Obviously, I think I'm curious on an intellectual level what, like, an actual person involved in this, what would you call it, subculture? Like, it seems that like, because I have friends in that go to Torture Garden, for instance, and they tell me about how it's almost become like the subversion of it is almost lost now that it's become.
No, see, I'm not going to compare like a one-on-one session with somebody to a play party. Play parties are for show. Play parties are for show, and that has nothing to do with the actual DS dynamic and how things go on. Like, that's like saying Jersey Shore is a representative of Italian Americans. I mean, or My Big Fat Gypsy Wedding is really what Romani do. That's also saying, like, when you go to a club, at any club period, and people grinding up on each other, it doesn't mean that they don't believe in the sanctity of marriage and monogamy. It's like, no, I don't think that relates in any kind of way. I think people having fun for fun in a kinky kind of showy kind of way, because it is about show. It is about that kind of ritual aspect of it, but
do you think that rather that connection, or let's say subversive authenticity, is sort of lost in the age of like OnlyFans and Torture Garden and I don't know.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I do what I do. It's because I don't do that stuff. What I do is I bring my real world experience as a dominatrix to people online who, one, can't afford a dungeon, or don't have a dungeon near them, that don't have access to professionals who understand intricacies of psychology, physiology, and stuff like that, the laws and everything that go along with that. But at the very base of it is, it's all psychological anyway. So for me, I'm able to bring out that psychology of somebody wanting to be able to experience a fantasy, but not all fantasies are deemed to be experienced in real life. Sometimes they're best just in our head, and that's okay. And that's what I do. Yeah, and that's what I do. Into, but like, yes, the virtual it's the BDSM reality of it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I totally agree that it's not what it should be in the age of OnlyFans and your Twitter DOMs and stuff like that. No, I mean, that's a huge discussion in our community. Yeah, and what that is. But I can only I can only buck that system and stuff by doing what I do and being as professional as I can be. I can't control the industry. I can only control the perception I give out to people and the trust that I build with them. That's the only thing I can control. So that's the only thing I focus on.
And just because it's in your head doesn't mean it isn't real.
Right. It is.
Like Carl Jung even said, fantasy is a fact. I mean, but it's
in our head, and we love to live it. And sometimes it's just nice to have a 30-minute escape from the crushing ass world out there that tells you you're not supposed to be thinking this, doing this, be yourself or whatever. And you have 30 minutes with somebody that just says, be your nasty, perverted, primal self. I'm here with you. Make it transactional and go about our day.
What a great transition to Assad and the French Revolution and the
and the spirit of Assad was within the French Revolution.
And I made no qualms about me being petulant. I am petulant
I get that. That's not what I was really getting at, but I appreciate you.
But I do go back to the dissociant, into the
yeah,
theoretical of BDSM. Sure, yeah. I mean, I agree.
There's
a place for that.
Profane is, but I do think that a lot of the subversion is going. Like again, like I haven't talked about it on this stream, but like I dated. I don't know how to explain it, what she did, but it doesn't really matter. But basically, I was really involved. I was very involved in the BDSM scene in the underground Eyes Wide Shut scene in New York City for a while, and I can say from personal experience that I found it very banal because again,
the
like
banality of it, I guess,
it became very banal because a lot of the sacred and like there's no sacred anymore, so the profane doesn't really have much oomph to it.
And see, I love mystery. Gone. I work a lot in mystery and mind games and stuff like that, and twisting narratives each time. So, but I understand there is a banality to it if there's like one way you do things instead of trying to grow and expand into that consciousness and knowledge.
I again, years. I'm fairly experienced. I'm just saying that like I find the what initially drew me was the taboo of it, and but when there's no sacred in society, there's no profane either. And like there's a reason, like as we kind of continue the degradation of morals and of like the sacred and whatever, we lose a lot of. You also lose the taboo and you lose what's fun at all. And I find that despite the porn as I've called it in like in podcasts and stuff, is like the pornoflation of society. We're also losing. We're as a consequence really becoming sterilized. It's not like
it's
society. We don't really have those like. We don't actually have true sex. It's like sex is becoming bureaucratic. There's no actual taboo, and there's nothing really. There's nothing like sexual, like erotic anymore because there's nothing hidden, and it's like
takes over the yang.
That's why I love what I do because I'm so the opposite. I'm like so wrapped in mystery and like not giving it all, and dancing on that edge of anticipation of what may happen next. Like,
see, that's true eroticism though. But
no. I actually do like what I do. I even have a thing where I have it's interactive ASMR role play erotica. It's like you participating with me in that. So I am much more on that side, but that's why I don't do that other stuff, because that's where it became redundant. Like, I can't tell you how many times I get asked, what's your favorite thing to do? I'm like, my favorite thing to do right now is whatever I'm doing with you. It doesn't matter what I like to do with somebody else. It's like that moment. I don't know. I think I could go on that conversation forever about it. And I just don't want to give like the idea that, okay, yes, I'm just an adult entertainer. Yes, I'm a dominatrix. Yes, I do this. I am a person who prides myself on being different than that, to find what that thing is that's missing in the underlying desire between human consumption of sexuality and pornography. Like, where is that fine line of still connecting with somebody, still adding that mystery and that intrigue into it? And I have found, even though I came from a real-time world, going online, because obviously COVID, right? Going online has forced me to think of the deeper intricacies of BDSM and what I do and human sexuality to get it onto the very, very base level. What is online? It's not physical. It's all in our head, right? Well, so how does that work?
By the way, what's your sign?
Yeah.
I'm a Gemini.
To other people, that's the line.
I know very little about astrology, and I knew you were a Gemini, and that's. But I also
right. But here, I was also a performer for 23 years. I was a stage performer. I did stage acting. I did dancing. I did cultural dancing. I'm a performer. So going into this had to teach me, well, what was it that got me entertaining people when I was on stage? They weren't physically interacting with me, obviously. So there's that energy and that feed off of each other and reading microexpressions and stuff like that. So I like to pride myself in attaining, I can't say that I'm absolutely different, but in finding those intricacies and attaining to be something absolutely different, to bring on a new form of eroticism that people can enjoy.
Siren, can
Lev,
you
I think
be the?
I think we should get her on stream with our friend Joan Pope one.
Absolutely. Well, there is one other thing that I would love, if you are ever interested in helping us out here. Would you ever be willing to go into the Goon Cave server and try to get some of the gooners
Oh my
to
God.
come on.
What is wrong with you? Why are you so
Do you
stuck
know
on the
that there's a
gooners,
whole
man?
Oh my God. And I actually had a fan tell me, he's like, oh, by the way, you're in this Reddit and people are sharing your videos. And I was like, cool. He's like, you're not mad? I was like, what the hell is it good if nobody's watching it? Hey, it's a whole bunch of
And they
JOI
watch it
videos.
over and over and over.
And it's all
again.
JOI videos. And I'm like, cool. Thanks for the free advertising for me. You guys want more? Hi. So I
Definitely.
pop in
Oh
on
my
there and
God.
I'm like,
Okay,
hey.
No,
you
we
guys
gotta
are
make it
liking it.
happen. We gotta have a Goon Cave stream coming up really soon. I'm gonna bring all the
Wait,
gooners on and just
Why
talk
haven't
about...
you already had
Because
it?
I
Like,
only got
they-
one. Okay, I got one
Who
dude.
wants to go
and
on
then
the stream and say, I'm a gooner?
Okay,
I got
but
one
you don't
dude.
understand. These people are so depraved. Like some of them were okay. I'm gonna get into this. Some of them were messaging me, and I literally told them that I was a 14-year-old girl, and they still tried to invite me to a call. And they're shameless. They don't care. I find it very hard to believe that you haven't. They literally jerk off in BC together. 25 of them together.
Oh God.
If you really want gooners
I mean,
on
I
here,
can
will
tell
get
you all
guys
about
on
JOIers and
Facebook.
gooners. Like, this is a majority of the people that I get for cam shows are gooners and JOIers. Like, that's it. And it's just like, this is a crowd I don't think you really want.
Yeah, they're literal pedophiles. They're like depraved.
They're gross.
There was this one dude from the Middle East that was close to coming on. I'm still going to try to get him on. The way that he described it is that he lives in this very conservative Muslim family, but there is just these desires that he has which he feels they are evil, like having to do with like hurting people and just like doing all kinds of depraved stuff like that. And it's an interesting question as far as like...
Oh God!
Sacred and profane. He knows it's evil and makes it more because he knows it's
It's
evil.
part
it
of
more
the
exciting.
titillation. There, it's part of.
It's
the,
because he has
yes,
an
yeah.
appreciation of the sacred that he can.
Yes.
I have quite a few.
Now I don't support gooning. I don't support
Some of
gooning,
them
Cave, but
will- some of
I
them
do
will-
appreciate his eroticism.
Some of
Well,
them
Siren,
will,
have you ever
like,
read the
leave-
book Smut? Have you ever heard of this book?
No.
It's taught in university courses. It's basically about what constitutes the erotic reality. Like when it's by a phenomenologist who is very into Jean-Paul Sartre, and he talks about like entering the erotic reality and the constitution of it. I think you'd find it quite fascinating because it also goes into like the different responses to sexuality, like one of them being what he called the puritanical and the other being the liberatory, where he talks about how a lot of sort of the trad sensibilities towards sexuality, it's because it's such a powerful way of dissolving the self.
Yeah,
And
this is
the
this is a
BDSM
good
is all
book I
about
like.
dissolving.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
about
what's
the
that?
erotic mind.
I've heard of this. Yes,
It's a really good one, and it's meant to be for couples to explore. But if you go and read into it, and also there's a book called Enough to Make You Blush, and it's about erotic humiliation, which I was never really into until I started reading it. Not that I'm into it, but I offer it now because I understand what somebody gets out of that. But yeah, I also do have quite a few Islamic patrons.
No, I'm not surprised. Like people were talking about how
I got some books for you too.
In the Iraq War, or I remember where, like when they went to these Middle Eastern countries, they saw like even though there's like this religious facade, there's a lot of really like extreme stuff that goes on behind that. Maybe because of that whole dichotomy. But I really wanted to get to Fadcom. He disappeared right now. I don't know where he went. I'm gonna try to get him back on to talk in his regular voice. But Yakov, go for it.
I have a question for the Satanists that has nothing to do with cum. We briefly mentioned we briefly mentioned what is it? Deistic Satanism, I guess that's the term for it. So
theistic Satanism.
Theistic, sure. So I want to know: are there people out there who are they believe Satan is a real entity and they're out there doing rituals to try to I guess summon entities, depending on who's doing it, what sect, whatever. But I want to know what you would have in common with. If they do exist, what do you have in common with them? And do you have any criticisms of people who do more rituals, believe in actual entities?
There are people who are theistic Satanists. Most of the ones that I've come across are like believe that Satan is a supernatural being, believe that he was sort of, misrepresented and is actually, it's often I hear when they describe their own beliefs, I often hear something about how, the Christians sort of appropriated and demonized this God so that now he's viewed as being evil, but actually has these other traits. And they will do rituals to try to summon or invoke the power of, or whatever it is, this supernatural being. That's the narrative that I hear most often. What do I have in common would be best described under what Stephen described close to the beginning. There's that broad umbrella of, Satanism is people who in some way find some connection with this label, but beyond that, there's not a lot because I am a strict non-supernaturalist. Do I have a criticism of them? No, whatever. I mean, I think that their beliefs about how the world works are wrong, but that's fine. You do you, boo. I don't really care, like whatever. If someone's going around doing harmful things, like if someone is like taking I'm a Satanist, so I'm going to sacrifice, animals or whatever, then I would rather they didn't do that, but that's because I like animals, not because I think that they're, doing Satanism wrongly. So I don't know. That's my experience.
Well, what about something like Moloch, for instance? Like the Canaanite deity that people sacrifice kids to. Like I'm sure it's a very exclusive
Bohemian
club.
Grove. That's a good point.
Well, again, let's be fair here. Let's be fair here for a second. There was no documented footage of them burning anybody in Bohemian Grove.
No, but the simple ritual with the effigy, I think, says a lot. And these are people who probably don't believe in a specific god that they're doing these rituals to, and it is probably very humanistic. I'd say the goals are very similar to what you guys are talking about.
I don't know that that's true. I think that a lot of them, if you ask them, would believe that they're summoning a being. So I think that you
really interesting.
But again, I would prefer we not try to speak for them because they aren't here. But I will say that
Can you find them for us? Can you find them for us? We need to speak with these people. That's going to be Satanism Stream Part 2. And that's going to be the one where we have
we need to get some globalists.
Can I ask a question?
I need to be on that stream, by the way. That one I guaranteed to have to be on.
So I think that one of the challenges of any religion, I don't think it's unique to Satanism, is that you're always going to have people who are using the same label as you, who when you look at what they believe or what they're doing, you're like, what the fuck? Get out of here. That's not unique to Satanism, right? It's with Christians, it's with everybody.
Democrats.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. So like I want to acknowledge, and I remember I had a really great conversation a couple of years ago with a guy who was a religion writer for, I forget what online news organization, and also a devout Christian. And I asked him, I was like, well, when you're a journalist and you're writing about Christianity, tell me a little bit what that's like. And he said that he, sort of almost explicitly, consciously has to embrace the fact that, he can speak from two different positions. He can think, he can experience the world from two different positions. When he sees some group claiming to be Christian, doing some whatever the fuck thing, as a devout Christian, he's just like, that's wrong, that's not Christianity. As a journalist, he's like, they're calling themselves Christian. It's part of this great fabric of cultural things that is in the atmosphere with the label of Christian. We have to analyze it as such. And it's sort of two different perspectives. And I see this in a lot of religious studies works as well. And I can say I experience it as a Satanist. There are certain things that people will say, and they say that they're Satanists. And I'm like, fuck that. That's me speaking as a Satanist. If I were speaking as an anthropologist, I'd be like, well, we have to untangle this. What do they have in common or not have in common? Then it becomes an analytical project, a cultural project. But because, any religion is just a co-creation of culture over time, You know, I don't think anybody's in a position to talk about the one true authentic, thing. There's mine, there's what's out there, and all the things in between. So when you bring up things like, I don't know, people who call themselves Satanists who are worshiping evil or sacrificing children or whatever, like my instinct as a Satanist is just like, that's fucking not Satanism. My reaction as a Satanist is that. And I know a lot of people, if you were to go online and start talking about it, there are people who are absolutely just like, that has nothing to do with us. That has nothing to do with us. And I can understand why. Like, our religion gets a lot of disingenuous accusation because of people who want to be like, oh, well, you're a Satanist, you must do these awful things. So I can understand why they're defensive about it. Of course, as a person who's into academia, I can also understand that if we're gonna have some kind of broad analysis of Satanism, you got to include the fact somehow that these are people who claim to be this thing. But I will say personally, nothing to do with my Satanism, nothing to do with what is generally put under the umbrella of what's considered modern Satanism, either theistic or non-theistic.
I want to get Fad on here, but also just one quick comment on that. Where would you stand on, let's say, I remember seeing a video of a protest where it was a protest for abortion rights, and this one young woman, she was very excited, and she was saying, "Hail Satan," and, it was to me kind of like the spirit of rebelling against structure again, like you must do A, B, and C, and it's like, she's free because she's able to have an abortion. But do you see that as possible?
Jones protest, if I recall.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, do you see that as being some middle ground or a pipeline into this other kind of because when it comes to abortion, I mean, people have different opinions on that, but do you see where I'm getting at here as far as there being some pipeline in any way?
I don't see it as a pipeline. I don't see that person as being theistic. You can say Hail Satan. Hail Satan can mean many different things, and you can be a complete atheist. And if you recognize that your act, that you're involved in, your activism is rebelling against the dominant religious paradigm of forced motherhood, against women's will. And by the way, I'm speaking with the voice I'm using specifically the language of someone who would have this fire in them, who are participating in this protest. If that's your thing, then you may very well not be a theist, and say Hail Satan to mean hail the antithesis of the people who are fucking doing this to us in our culture. Hail my own right to choose. Hail myself. So I don't think that saying Hail Satan, you can infer from that it is someone who is on the boundary to or entertaining or in a pipeline to anything theistic.
It could also simply just be somebody trying to rile somebody up because it pisses them off.
Yeah.
I mean, it really could not mean anything, but simply like, I know you're Christian, and I know by me saying Hail Satan, it's going to tick you the heck off.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually think it was
a great topic to talk about.
It's chaotic. It's meant to be chaotic.
But can you also apply the same thing to, let's say, the riots that are going down where people who have been locked down for a long time are going out and trashing businesses? Like, that is also, in a way, giving a big middle finger to society.
No,
I mean, I don't understand what any of that has to do with Satanism, because we're talking about somebody you're talking about somebody at an abortion clinic getting Hail Satan and having it actually mean something, like it's a theistic thing. It could mean exactly what Greg says, or it could simply mean, I'm just going to antagonize you because it ticks you off. Because you're here protesting? Guess what? I'm here to anti-protest. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that has any relationship with
like the antagonism, like destroying buildings, setting fire to buildings. That's also a kind of antagonism against the man.
Wait. But rioting is violence. Words are not violence.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
okay,
good.
I
mean, we're
taking,
I'm just
we
saying
agree
we're
on
trying
that.
to and I mean, I can't say that I agree with rioting, but do I understand the why? Yeah, I do. Am I going to tell somebody else you're not allowed to feel that way and act out? I mean, not my choice. I would prefer that you don't, and maybe there's other ways to do it better. But I'm also not going to say your anger is not valid.
Well, no, with all due respect,
but I mean that's also getting into something that I think like is
redundant.
really honestly just teetering off of to a whole different thing, and kind of like we've taken so many sidetracks.
Your analogy is sort of weird to me because I feel like you're automatically picking out the idea. Like, how does that even work? You're talking about blaspheming as something that's primary, that is violent.
I'm talking about destroying statues. I'm talking about destroying anything that is a symbol of a hierarchy and structure that we do see happening in the last several months.
Well, I don't know if they're Satanists, so I can't say anything.
But that's not related to the thing we were just talking about, bro. I mean, I'm just saying this is not actually connected in any way.
No, it is connected because
if there's a certain tradition,
if there is a certain tradition that people have been following, regardless of whether you think it's right or wrong, the idea here, to me at least, is that when you have somebody who is rebelling against something that's been established for this long, I could see that kind of rebellion expressing itself both in, saying "Hail Satan" when you're at an abortion rally or when you're toppling down the statue. But Disco, you were going to say something.
Yes, sorry. Greg touched upon the idea of forced motherhood or something to that. It was like 5 minutes ago now, so I can't remember exactly, but it was something to that degree. So I just thought it would be an interesting thing to talk about, this idea of motherhood and whether it's wrong that society pushes it. And I think you were insinuating that, like, women's choice, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I was just trying to shift the conversation more towards that.
I thought he was speaking from the perspective of the abortion clinic woman.
I was, in fact. I suspect.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
I suspected the person that we're talking about here was probably Jex, and she has done some fantastic counter protests against pro-life activists in front of clinics with a lot of satanic imagery and a lot of performance art sort of elements to it. And end forced motherhood is a slogan she came up with. And so, yeah, I was very much kind of speaking in the voice. I'm not particularly interested in a conversation right now about, abortion as a political issue or whatever. But the reason I use that term.
Okay, it's not so much abortion, but more the idea of motherhood as a fundamental sanctity of Western civilization.
The reason I brought it up was because we were talking about that example. I was speaking from the point of view of someone who I understand as seeing pro-choice philosophy emanating from her Satanism. And so that was the context in which I was bringing that up. Beyond that, I'm not sure that, all y'all can talk. I'm not sure that I particularly think that is a conversation that I think is, the Satanic Temple has...
I'd be interested in the Satanic Temple sort of viewpoint on that.
The Satanic Temple is very much in favor. So one of our 7 fundamental tenets is one's body is inviolable and subject to one's own will alone. And another one of our tenets is beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. And so the Satanic Temple, through the Religious Reproductive Rights Campaign, does a lot of activism to try to find places where there are religiously motivated anti-abortion laws, and highlight the fact that these are not based on science. These are based on a religious belief, and that not everybody has the same Judeo-Christian view of when personhood, whatever the fuck that means, begins. So activism in that sense is we actually just recently, if I bring this up, Stephen, should I bring up the ritual?
Bring it up.
We might as well burn the whole thing down now.
Might as well burn the whole thing down. So we actually just recently announced the Satanic Temple, a new religious ritual. It is the religious abortion ritual.
Oh God. Oh God.
So
bracing myself.
In which I eat the fetus. Just me. It's just me. No one else does. It's just me. I am present.
You gotta keep it all to yourself.
I am present at every single satanic abortion ritual, and I eat each and every one of them.
So when I'm describing this, I want to take care before this all blows up and everybody yells at me. I want to take care to make clear that there are two separate perspectives on it. On the one hand, the purpose of this ritual is for Satanists who have chosen, it's a difficult choice, who have chosen to get an abortion, to engage in voluntarily, to provide comfort. And it's a very simple ritual. It's the steps of it are published online. You can look it up. It involves things like reciting the tenets. One's body is inviolable and subject to one's own will alone. Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world, and sort of more meditative practices. And this is a ritual that one would perform in order to be able to gain peace and comfort during this very difficult time when choosing to go and have an abortion. Now, there's another, that's one facet of it. The other facet of it is that because the states with the strictest anti-abortion laws tend to also have religious freedom laws, and because of things like the what is RF, what is that law, the religious freedom, what was it? I'm forgetting the name of it now, but there are laws that say that if there is a law that materially impinges on your ability to practice your religion, then you are.
I know where this is going. Yeah, I've heard of this. Yes.
No, so it's the Hobby Lobby case and blah, 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 for those of you who are familiar with the history. Now, so the other facet of this, on the one hand, it is a religious practice to provide comfort to people who are going through this difficult experience and making this choice. On the other hand, it is also, if some law says that you have to wait, you have some waiting period or whatever, that's now interfering with that person's religious practice of her ritual. And we're going to argue that under the current religious freedom laws, that person is exempt from waiting periods, from being forced to get medically unnecessary ultrasounds, from having to read literature about, options, all of this stuff.
Religiously motivated literature, mandatory burial of fetal remains, of unviable fetal remains, all of which violate one's religious freedom in the United States.
And so that's the argument, is that by having a ritual, having this ritual centered on the experience, having these ancillary, unscientific, medically unnecessary, religiously motivated laws is interfering with this Satanist's performance of this ritual and expression of religion, and therefore a Satanist is exempt from those laws.
So you're saying abortion is a sacrament, in other words?
Not really. I mean, no.
But it sounds like it.
I understand the sort of tongue-in-cheek reason to frame it that way, but it is much more about the fact that a person who wants to engage in this legal, by the way, procedure should not be forced to be burdened with these things. And because what is a sacrament is our belief in bodily autonomy. That's the sacrament.
What about the bodily autonomy of the baby? Like,
oh, here we go.
I mean, I'm sorry. I just that, you know,
because we don't want to be here for the next 6 hours.
No, I know.
We are not going to discuss
I'm not going to make it complicated, but but really, like, I don't understand that part, that argument in general. Just that specific argument. It's about the autonomy, but when does the non-speaking entity get to have their rights or any sort of ritual that at their request? If they're unable to request one for themselves, then you automatically usurp their rights. I mean, this is kind of like one of the things because I heard about this a few weeks ago, so I was already prepared that this would eventually come up, because I this is one of my issues, whatever. But specifically this whole thing of because the especially if you're saying that science it can't be twisted to your you can't twist science to validate what you're saying. Right. And we know that, you know, I mean, there's a lot of data about how soon the heartbeat starts and all these different things. So, you know, as a Satanist, when is life begin? Like, when do you? I mean, what is the qualification for life? Because couldn't this same ritual be used, or this same explanation be used for end of life sort of things too? Like, if you want assisted suicide or whatever, isn't this the same, you know, logic you would use for that? I mean, so if or does the life not have value? I mean, that's a totally respectable point too. But I can't understand this whole, you know, not considering a baby that has life, but then considering the mother has life. I don't get it. Like, I just don't understand that specific part.
Greg, do you want to take that? Yes.
That's where I'm just going to say it's a hierarchy. Okay. The existing and stuff like that. And I mean, I'm not saying that's for everybody, but in a very simple answer, without getting into a debate, if you want to know what my answer is, I'll give you my simple answer, not to debate it, not to change my mind or anything else like that. Your question is, what makes that a viable choice? And to me, is the hierarchy. I'm not gonna defend my viewpoint, because, you know, like I understand your viewpoint and I understand mine and all that. I want to keep it as absolutely respectable as possible.
That's fine. I'm just really confused. Right. I mean, just in general, because
to you, the sanctity of the life is also in existence there. That actually has value. That life that is not born is a value, and it doesn't have a say in what can happen to it. I absolutely, totally understand your point and how you view that. I'm not debating that with you. What it is where we both come from, is that there is that sanctity, but there's also a choice of what is on that hierarchy scale.
Right. I can, you know,
and for me would be my life that's already in existence would be more important than something that could be. If I have this other child, what about the children that already exist? Can I continue feeding them? Can I continue caring for them? Or things like that. Was this a decision of how? See, there's so many different ways that life could have come into being that would determine the choice that somebody makes. And for me, that decision of what I would or would not do comes to the simple fact of the existing hierarchy that there already is. And that's just my answer.
I want to bring up a comment.
Maybe I can pivot the comment.
Right before you pivot, there was a comment that Jugs made, which was about personal responsibility. So again, I know I'm in broken record mode over here, but I think the consensus for some of the people who are here is that there has been such a lack of emphasis on personal responsibility, not just in this subject, but just like in general with the whole do your own thing kind of paradigm.
But my personal responsibility to who?
Personal responsibility in general for people to have the kind of life where they would be able to provide for people that they take care of. Like, this isn't even about abortion. This is just about, can we get people to such a level that they would be able to help out those around them, as opposed to living off the state, for example, as opposed to, you know, being in need of something.
I mean, I can only say me as a Satanist. I do absolutely everything I can to be a productive, giving person in society, to stand up for rights, to do this, to take care of friends, to give to charity, to work hard, to provide for my children, to be able to do the things that I need to do as a societal member. I mean, I can only talk about me. I literally can't talk about a what if of somebody else or a circumstance of who did this. I don't know what the background story is. I don't know why somebody would make that decision and what they do. Trauma happens, life happens. Things exist outside of my bubble. And the only thing that I ever can control is me and how I perceive myself out there in the world. And that's everybody's. And I think that's the tenet that I follow with the most. Do you? Because that's all you can do.
Let me make this slightly more controversial by taking what Greg said about my body, my choice, which is the kind of like explain like I'm five description that he was giving, and then but he also talked about we'll also take like the most modern science's approach to this sort of thing. So let me ask about vaccines. Would like are we going to if, you know, as a Satanist, is a vaccine, is it okay to say no to a vaccine? Would you make them mandatory? How would you approach that? Because it's the same sort of essence, like my body, my choice, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll do it for me, and I hope that other people do to help. But I mean, I can't get 8 billion other people to think the way that I do. That's just not going to happen.
No, I'm asking, would you force other people to do it?
No.
Like, would it be mandatory as a government law to have a vaccination?
No,
What do
I
you
don't
mean
believe
by
it.
mandatory? Are you talking about
like-
dragging people, kicking and screaming their hands and cuffs with the
I'm
needle
talking about-
jammed into wrist?
I mean,
I'm talking about like your kids.
or is it
your
like a
kids
societal
can't go to
mandate?
school unless they've had a vaccination, or you can't go to an airport unless you've had this vaccination, or that sort of thing.
I mean, I think that comes down to societal expectations of what society as a whole and a majority would deem as ethically correct. I mean, I can't say as one person what
but under your
society
sort
would
of
do.
pretense,
Universally
my body, my
preferable.
choice.
No, don't get it twisted here when it comes to the idea of forcing. I can't go to an airport naked. Don't pretend that just because you can't go to an airport under blah, 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 that you're like, this is inherently some novel, strange restriction on your freedoms. There are all kinds of things you can't fucking do in society if you make certain choices. So
having an intravenous injection is quite a serious thing. It's not taking your clothes off, you know? Like,
hey, taking my clothes off is serious when I do it, bro.
Yeah, me too. I spend most of my time with my clothes, brother.
Is that your actual picture, by the way, the avatar?
It is, yeah. It was
Nice.
last year. I don't quite look like that.
It was
right
pre-coronavirus.
COVID.
By the
Can
way,
I ask?
yes.
I mean, but I'm not one for forcing of anything.
Only incels have photos like that. Let's be real.
So
Are you insulting the Bronze Age mindset
Well,
now?
fat people,
I can't abide by that. But I wanted to ask.
Post physique, bro. Post physique. I'll get up right now. I'll get up right now.
I got to get out of here.
My question.
I want to thank Lev for having me on. I want to tell the people that
Thank
you
you
can
for
find
coming
me.
on, Yakov.
Thank you, Gio. You can get me at Skinwalker Tapes Archive on YouTube, bitwave.tv/Yakov Alive. And this week, Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, I'm going to have Hotep Sophia on.
Nice.
We're going to talk about
Nice.
theistic Satanism among the ruling class. So, yeah, we're going to have a good time. Thank you, Satanists. Thank you, Satan. Thanks, everybody.
And tell Xander at Bitwave to get a better coder, by the way. Tell him.
I'll see if I can do that. I'll see about that. Thanks, everybody.
We had 66
Thanks,
people watching.
Sophia.
Yakov, thank you so much for being here, man. It was a great pleasure.
you.
Now, I do want to remind everybody to subscribe right now. So we have gained some subscribers, but also some of the Satanists that may have gotten salty unsubscribe. So we got to get those subscriber numbers back on. It is up to you. I'm being really serious about this. I'm going to look at the camera very close and just say subscribe right now. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Do it right now. We got to get those subscribers up, because that way when I go to bed, I'm going to have great dreams. If you want me to have good dreams and not dreams of like terror, like I had a dream, well, I'm not going to get into my dreams yet. We're going to save that for after hours or whatever. So anyway, subscribe. You know you gotta subscribe to help us grow, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate all of you who are here. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Anyway,
you gotta supplement by the magnesium for your dreams.
Let's go.
Magnesium for your dreams.
So
wait, what about the chat?
Post physique.
Yeah, the chat is like exploding with post physiques.
Oh boy,
post physique.
Oh, and by the way, our chat on Discord is back on. So if you guys want to participate in that, just go into the description to our Discord channel, and you can participate there. And so Gio, let us know what is on your mind about this conversation, and then I gotta get to FOD. FOD has been
I really want to get to FOD, but maybe this relates to FOD because we often talk about the implications of technology and wireheading upon human subjectivity. I wanted to ask Greg, should I call you Dr. Greg? I totally slipped my mind because you do have a PhD. So should I just call you Dr. Stevens or just Greg?
You can call me whatever you want.
Yeah. Dr.
Who's
Stevens.
your daddy?
Maybe to pivot away from the abortion thing, because I know that's like going to be another like 12 hours. It seems to me you talk about like non-theistic metaphysics, and I get some of the idea of that, having studied things, having studied, for example, Deleuze-Guattari for a long time. But I wonder, what is your position, because this is your research, what is your position on the origination of human consciousness, and what is your basis for a lot of these like moral humanism that you're claiming? Because it seems to me that you made a good distinction at the very beginning of the program that I think slipped a lot of people, which is in a lot of other cultures besides, I would say, like specifically in even like North America, to an extent in Europe, I would say within the last like 20 years with like new atheists, a lot of like atheistic belief systems, be it like in, for example, in India, you have like Sharvakas. It seems like they still have a propensity to believe in some sort of comportment towards karma, or some sort of almost like quasi-Taoistic mysticism, or some sort of like universal synchronicity. It seems that like hardcore materialist atheism is really a product of like the Western mind of, I would say, the last like 50 years. It seems like we're almost like, it's almost indicative that we believe in something. But what is because this is your research, what is your view of human consciousness, and what is your underlying basis of moral comportment or action? So yeah.
All right.
And also, are you familiar with accelerationism, and have you read Nick Land's Fanged Noumena? So
So there's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Gio likes that stuff. He likes real in depth. He's not at a coffee shop at small talk.
So I guess yeah, I mean, you gave me too wide an opening, so I'm just going to mix and match stuff that comes to mind. I hope there's nothing that I missed that you had your heart set on. Okay, the first thing is that there's a lot of research out there on the study of religious belief. And so I kind of, when you mentioned the idea that hardcore atheism, which I like that term, by the way.
Positive atheism, I guess, yeah.
Is a relatively recent and Western phenomena. I mean, let's face it, socioculturally speaking, like anthropologically speaking, it is a relatively weird phenomenon.
Yeah,
Western,
for a variety of reasons.
Educated, let's see, what is it? Weird. Western, educated, something rich
industrial.
And democratic. I forget what the...
Yeah,
Western, educated, industrial.
Yeah. So it's a relatively weird phenomenon. I think that's true. And you have all kinds of people lining up to try to study and do experiments and research to determine whether this means that people have a bias towards believing in God, or whether you have to explain away why people might not believe in God. So that's a whole big thing. I wanted to acknowledge that, because of course my personal lack of belief, I don't feel, isn't the phenomenology of where my lack of belief comes from doesn't have anything to do with all that, of course, right? And I also, this could get very complicated. And the other thing I want to say as a preface, not speaking for Satanism right now, I'm barely speaking for me. That's my disclaimer. I don't think, like, if you really want to get into, and you and I might need to have a whole 8-hour separate conversation about just this.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll come back. You'll come back on the show. We'll have like an AI consciousness stream again.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Like, I'm not sure that there is. I am not a big fan of the fact that we feel this impulse to search for ultimate ground in the sense of the symbol grounding problem.
Yeah.
And so like, for me, and I mean that in terms of not just cognition, but also ethics, like, I feel very comfortable with the idea that my morality and ethics, it isn't arbitrary. It's a complex interplay of society and my feelings and all these other things. I don't feel like it makes sense. I feel like, now I'm going to sound like a stodgy atheist. Like, I feel like it would be introducing an unnecessary hypothesis to invoke some external objective thing to explain my sense of morality. Because
No, I'm just kidding.
because to me, I'm just comfortable with the idea that, like, hey, the 7 tenets of the Satanic Temple, for example, yeah, they click, they make sense to me. I don't have to think that some God gave it to anybody. I just like, yeah, that's how I feel like I should act. And even more mundane things, like if I find a dollar bill on the floor of the grocery store, I'll like turn it in at the cashier, even though I know the cashier is probably going to pocket it, just because I don't feel like it's mine. And that's a weird little quirk of my personal morality. And I feel strongly enough.
Been gifted to you by God.
Or by Satan. No, but
yeah,
but like these are
man, I wish I knew when I was born that I had to give back $1.
Yeah. Like,
like I was just born with that knowledge, like, give back $1.
And I don't like, it's my morality, and I have my own sort of beliefs. Some are more core than others. I recognize that they're a complicated thing that has emerged from my own personal history and my relationships with other people and the culture I was brought up in. And that, I want to be very clear about something. That acknowledgement does not in any way change the fact that some things are right and some things are fucking wrong. And a lot of people who are theists, a lot of people have difficulty with that. They think, oh, because, Greg, because you think that ethics are a product of culture and history and personal, emotional reaction, therefore you're sort of squishy on them. Like, it's anything goes, you just sort of choose. No, I'm not fucking choosing. I feel what I feel. And I feel that some things are absolutely right. And I think some things are absolutely horrific. And I will do, when I want to bring good to the world, I'm going to act in a way to try to bring forth things that I think are good and to get rid of things that are bad. So the fact that I believe that ethics don't come from a higher power in no way makes me less feeling strongly and of conviction that these things are right and wrong. It just means I don't have the crutch of attributing it to some certain thing. Because you know what? Life is an emergent, complicated, fuzzy mess that we as individuals, we as families, we as cultures build ongoingly, and it's historical and it is contextual, it's embodied, and it's a fucking mess. But that's okay, because that's all we fucking have. And this is now
when you say as a mess, just to be clear, when you say as a mess, you don't subscribe to the idea of as above, as below, where the human body, who we are, is also in a way a reflection of higher things that are going on.
Higher, you mean like in the sky? Or?
Yeah, like the process that the universe goes through, breathing in, breathing out, like all this stuff that you could see the human body as being a representation of the universe in that sense.
Wait, bodies representation of the universe, you mean like galaxies?
Yeah, like galaxies, like stars, the birth of a star. In fact, I see people as being, in a way, like Aleister Crowley talks about, people being star people. And I do see it in a way that we are growth, but also that growth can grow into a shockwave and then dissipate if we don't work on ourselves. I know it's kind of a poetic, waning and waxing way of talking about it. I completely understand, but this is still the way that I don't see it as a mess.
Isn't the human ability to create analogies amazing? Aren't patterns amazing? And and to the extent that anyone in the world can benefit personally from living into an analogy like that, I'm all in favor of it. I do not have any problem with people who want to see the manifestation of a human life as somehow a iteration in some giant fractal of life itself at the scale of the cosmos. That's fine.
All right, fine. So we disagree in the fact that like you see it as an analogy and I see it as a metaphysical reality. So like the as above, so below, like this duality that defines our experience.
Just because it's in your head doesn't mean it's not real.
Well, essentially, sure, yeah.
So we're saying,
so actually, I've been wanting to ask this. I've been wanting to ask this whole time.
Happens to be like, whereas it's divine plan. It is like this beautiful essence, this breathing in, breathing out that Lev talked about earlier, just now. So,
well, I think Greg sees it.
I've been wanting to ask this question this entire time.
Go for it first.
If you, I previously brought up the idea about like the symbology and like the lived reality making it an entity real, and that like you effectively believe Satan, which is real given your behavior and your symbology. But this brings into question the ontological argument for God, right? So if you are behaving, and so many people have these metaphors like a fractal, self-similar nature of the universe, they behave in such that they believe in God exists and all these other things. Doesn't that inherently mean that God ontologically does exist, which would then inherently mean you're in opposition to that God, which kind of throws you in a precarious situation.
Okay, well, let's define God in order to make that argument valid.
In this case, I mean, if you're God would be the omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, etc.
The ultimate universe. The stillness that exists without thoughts, without consciousness. It's there.
Yeah, like
the logos.
The reason why.
I mean, but that's where
the reason why something exists and nothing, as opposed to nothing. That is
okay.
Why there's existence.
Okay, like that I could get behind, because that's what I do believe. I know that Greg is on another end of the spectrum.
You mean, all right, so you're just opposed to Christianity in particular. I'm talking to Siren in that case.
I'm not against it though. Well, I've commented on many, like, very positively on Christian videos, and my best friend is, and like, I'm not against Christianity. Like,
it's okay. I have Christian friends. It's cool.
No, but I'm not against Christianity. I'm not about taking that away from anybody. I'm not against it. I'm saying it's not for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, for you. I don't mean like.
Yeah. So I know
none of you guys are interested in reaching the non-aggression principle.
But I'm just remiss to say I'm against it. I'm remiss to say that, because of how people will interpret that, is that I'm not against it at all. It's
Satanism
just not
is
a practice for me.
Yeah, it's the ultimate.
Well, you have a certain intuition.
One of the more interesting.
Would it be correct to say, Siren, that you have a certain... I just wanted to find out, would it be correct, Siren, to say that you have a certain intuition about things that you can't really put into words?
Oh, absolutely.
Greg may see that, and I don't want to speak, I don't want to put words in your mouth here, but you would see those as like these nice, silly things that people can enamor themselves with. Would that be the correct way of putting it, or no? Because you see the universe as like this confusing dead machine, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Me?
Yes. Or is that not the right way to put it?
Well, I think that the act, so first of all, again, I'm going to disclaimer this because the title topic of this is Satanism, and what I'm talking about now is not representative of Satanism. It's not representative. This is just me. And I know that we wandered on to this by way of some conversation about like, if there's no higher power, then blah, 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 and we ended up at this. But nonetheless, I want to put that out as my disclaimer. So, but for me, as a, and you might have noticed I use a specific term. I don't just say atheist or non-theist. I'm an anti-supernaturalist. And I like that term because I don't believe in any of it. I don't believe in.
Is that the equivalent of a materialist?
Yes, of course, in the philosophical materialism, not like, material girl materialism. Haha, that's a joke. Anyway.
Jules is back, by the way.
So,
speaking of material girl.
So the thing is that like, for me, my non-supernaturalism doesn't mean that anything, and where I'm going to push back on the wording, doesn't mean that anything is cold, doesn't mean that anything is nihilistic or uninspired. I hate it, bro, when people use all these terms, because what they're doing is they're tapping in to the sort of social image of atheists. Now, those atheists are out there. Oh God, we've all seen them on Twitter. Those joyless curmudgeons who are just like, that is illogical. I am a machine and there is nothing else. And why would you not?
The amazing atheist types, in other words.
But that's not me. And I think that you can find, so for me, again, and I don't want to go on too long about this because the title topic of this isn't about like, Greg's ontology, but you asked, so here we are. Like the act of creating meaning and creating explanation for things, this is what our minds are good at. By some view, this is what the human mind does. We are constantly creating stories and interpretations of the world around us. It is an act of creation. And when we're coming up with, whether it's theological explanations or scientific ones, there is an element of creative narration to all of it. And the fact that I don't pin either my ethics or, whatever, any of these other things on something that I'm like, that over there, that's the description that is objectively true. A description is something that is done by a describer. How can there be any description that's objectively true? But that doesn't mean that it's cold and heartless or whatever. I am, I'm against this sort of a presumption of Cartesian dualism that the only place you get vitality from is from non-material stuff. I look at systems of matter, systems of chemicals that can give rise to this amazing squishy wet machine that is me and have this conversation with all of you. To me, that is beautiful. To me, that is inspiring. To me, understanding the beauty of a scientific system of interacting physical world that can produce all of this beauty, that is a religious experience for me. And I don't, and I understand that all y'all don't see it that way. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to try to impose it on you, but I will request that we sort of try to get away from a presumption that without that a pure materialist stance is this like cold thing, is this thing that takes beauty out of things, that is not full of vitality and wonder and awe. I am filled with awe when I contemplate everything from chemistry to mathematics. When I think about computer science, I am filled with awe and wonder at the beauty of the fucking universe. But that doesn't mean I have to postulate a glowing ghost somewhere in the corner.
Right, and for me, and I do want to, wait,
can I push back real quick?
Well, I wanted to make something real clear for a second. Just because I believe in an omnipotent, omnipresent doesn't mean I believe in a religious, overly spiritual thing. It's also what I don't know. Like, and that's what I believe in. It's just simply, that's just things that I don't know. and I'm probably not going to know. And maybe I will at one point, you know, but I just want to make that distinction clear. So go ahead, Verse.
But here's, just to continue with Greg, I mean, I don't know if I'm particularly unique in this case, but I'm like monist in like, but I still, you know, I don't think monism and like materialism, or I guess I do believe materialism is, but I don't think like a single entity substrate non-dualist understanding of Christianity doesn't exist. In the same sense that you're saying that like there's divinity, experience, blah blah in the universe, and it's materiality, and it's like, you know, experiential, whatever. That doesn't preclude divinity, and that also doesn't preclude that like a Christian worldview, for example, is the one that has had empirically the most positive outcome for humanity, which would also then, you know what I'm saying? Like all these things are all cohesive. So even in Satanism, if you're still using the Western society's ethical structure, despite your, I guess in this case, denomination, this would just essentially just be a denomination of Christianity. It's just like antithesis denomination of Christianity. It still would imply that Christianity was the paradigm that was correct in this monist universe. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't preclude any of it. Is really kind of my
if that's your interpretation of it, that's a very, I think, interesting interpretation of it.
I've heard
and
it
it's for you, and I'm not going to argue with you on that because it's simply that's your view, and that's acceptable too.
I've heard that argument before. Like I don't think I don't think that it makes sense from the, you know, from the point of view of a Satanist, or at least for me as a Satanist, to view it as a branch of Christianity any more than it would make sense for many Christians to view that as simply a derivative subset of Judaism, even though there are Christians who do feel that way. I think that the fact that there is a history, an intellectual history that borrows on some of the symbolism is like, I don't know, there's so much literature, and there's so much in the way that the Christian story has been reinterpreted and has reinterpreted stuff from other religions, that to me, the idea of delineating Satanism as post-Christian, something that borrows from it, but is creating something new, versus something that is, you know, a subdivision of, that happens to be atheist and identify with this other thing. I mean, all right, it feels a little bit semantic to me, but I will say no Satanist who I know who identifies as a Satanist would see it that way, because specifically, I think, because of the greater breadth of historical narrative that modern Satanism draws on. If modern Satanism were only, yeah, the devil's bad, that's awesome, we're rebelling, you know, if that were all it were, then I feel like I would feel closer to what you're saying. But there's just so much else there that it feels like an oversimplification to try to wedge it in there. That's just my perspective.
So for example, I see myself religiously as kind of a planet orbiting two stars, in that I see myself as someone who very much loves the symbol of Christ. I still, up until the pandemic, worked at a church. I worked for a church. That for me was not a contradiction. On my podcast and in my personal life, I still work with a lot of Christians because I see us as united in a goal for justice.
Was
equality.
it like, sorry to interrupt, was it like
hold on just one second. Hold on just one second. So to me, Christ, I'm not opposed to the symbol of Christ. I love the symbol of Christ. I have the Mother Mary, Eastern Orthodox Mother Mary right here. I have crucifix right here. I have an icon of Christ over here. I mean, so to me, this whole idea of being opposed to Christianity is just factually not true because I'm fundamentally not. I am a different religion. Satanism is just a separate religion from Christianity, and it emerged from Christianity, similar to how Buddhism emerged from Hinduism. But guess what? They're two separate religions.
One quick question. Was it a social justice oriented church like we're seeing a lot today?
So
like with all the social
like Unitarian or something.
I guess I'm not really sure what exactly it would be, but it would be like the kind of church which would be like a version of like a social justice oriented Twitter with the hashtags and all that stuff.
No,
like, would it be that kind of
it was a very kind of traditional Anglican church that I would say that they were more progressive, but I would say that they were rooted in a liberal understanding of progress, that rather than a critical theory, an applied critical theory understanding of progress. And that is really, so I wouldn't exactly call it woke, but I would say that it is about that it was very socially oriented, but ultimately it was also very much about liturgy first and foremost. They were very, very focused on the liturgy, the vestments, the prayer, all of that stuff. They were very interested in creating an inner kind of an interior mystical experience and religious experience. They were very old school kind of Christian mystical high church, that kind of stuff. So no, I don't think that they would fall into that category.
I really want to get to Fod real quick because we have not had a chance to hear from Fod at all. Fod,
Yes,
can you hear us?
I have to leave though, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, Verse, let's get to you then, and let's get to Fod afterwards.
Oh no, I don't have another idea. I just have to leave. I appreciate everyone talking. I enjoyed myself.
Hey,
buddy.
Take care, buddy.
Version 4.
Version 4 podcast, an amazing podcast. Highly recommend you subscribe.
Fod is having issues with his microphone.
Yeah, I see. Fod, is there any way that you can call via cell phone? That's the plan B that I say for a lot of people who are otherwise unable to connect.
Yeah, send them a message.
Yeah. So I'm going to see what we can do about that. But also I want to read a comment coming to my defense from our main man Kyle over here, who said that, let's see where it is over here. Okay, so Kyle wrote, "Bro, the fact that symbolism exists is a symbol for the truth of God." He made beautiful analogies. Lev made beautiful analogies, so powerful and ever present throughout everything, because that's the true nature of reality. So I guess this is the big difference, right, between our worldviews, where you see us as creating the symbols, where I see the symbols in a way creating us.
They create us.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the big
How
difference.
do the symbols? How do the symbols create us?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Because I can imagine that in a way where it's true, and I can imagine that in a way where it's
the
not.
idea being that everything we're experiencing is just like one mind, like one idea. I mean, it's a very hippie dippy notion, but that's kind of what I subscribe to.
Well, it sounds like it could be similar to you are the company you keep, right? So if the company you keep makes you, I would imagine that's how symbols make you. But as far as a genetic statement about emergence in reality, I think the chicken and the egg, which came first, it's the gene. And so I think genes make us, self-replicating information makes us.
What made the
and
gene?
Symbols make us in a different layer.
But what made the
on a
gene?
different. So just to sidestep for a second, because I'm a little late to the conversation. We established there's different types of Satanism,
Yes.
did we?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I imagine there are some that are more nefarious than others, although they probably don't even identify as Satanists. That would probably be a label an observer would apply to them. But whether you have Levian Satanism or some kind of more egalitarian Satanism, I think they're very interesting thought technologies as far as secular philosophies go. And so I just wanted to catch up
Yeah, we
there. But
definitely
sure, Lev,
talked
what were
about that.
you asking?
No, that was pretty much it. I wanted to establish the difference in the way that we view things. That's all.
Okay,
So,
now would you take that symbolism? I think a lot of people are saying it made me, and they're taking it that biological level, which I would have to disagree with. But what if we're taking it as in the symbolism creates us, and the whatever it is that makes us us? Like you cut off your arm, you're still you, you know, but whatever that thing is that makes us us, is that what we're talking about, where the symbolism makes
Yeah, it's
us?
called God.
well, yes, or
For
the
some
self,
yeah.
or the self. The idea being like,
Yeah, it's
what
the
is
same
this?
thing.
What is this
It's-
strange
it-
experience we're in, where I am able to perceive things from my own perspective as opposed to yours or yours?
But yeah, it also depends upon like whether you want to take the view of like mutual origination, that there is the non-self, there is a nada. But even within that framework, you could say that what unites the Maya illusion of the self is something inevitably more infinitely substantiated than our own individual existence. I think that's like the argument. Certainly,
There is
that's
a new
more.
age.
I mean, I can definitely see all ways of it and how it connects.
There's this
to
new
and-
age take, which is you are God experiencing itself, essentially.
Yeah, or like the Rumi, you are not you're not a drop in the ocean. The ocean's within your drop.
But a lot of New Agers, they run with that, and they establish themselves as being God. Like, there was a picture I remember of like some girl protester saying like, "I am God" and all that, and it's like, no, we still have a lot of ways to go before.
Yeah, it's
we're
like,
of a
no,
higher...
bitch, you're bad at poetry. Shut up.
Well, a lot of it, Lev, was the OSS. It was all a government psyop, the New Age movement.
Oh, that's
how much of that kind of
I'm doing a bit.
But how much of that kind of mindset or like affirming attitude is similar to how they say before you have an interview, you should do things like put your arms up to raise your testosterone and your confidence. Like the narratives you tell yourself can have a lot in terms of your internal spirit and glow. So obviously, if you're telling yourself you're God and you're acting like Ramses, like look upon my work, see mighty in despair, as opposed to someone that's just has a more grounded, humble and noble view in terms of like I am God just like you are God. They're not specially denoting themselves as opposed to making a slightly different statement about the nature of reality.
Well, not so much as a leader, though, but like as someone who's able to get away with just living like a slob as opposed to working on themselves because, well, I'm already God. What do I have to improve on? Like, that's the
Doesn't
thing
that sound like jealousy when you're saying, how can you get away with living like a slob? It sounds like a complete... Like that's like some kind of like Bugman mentality. That's like you resent and envy someone else that's getting away with something you believe you couldn't get away with. And generally it's those types of people that keep people in those ruts. Those people tend to keep people in ruts.
I see it within myself, Jules.
Hello.
Hey, Fod is finally on.
Fod, oh my God.
Fod, how are you?
Oh yeah, hey, what's going on?
So, you've been here for a long time. Yes, everything works perfectly. So you've been here for a long time. You've been listening, and things have been fermenting inside of you. So let us know what's on your mind.
Well, at the moment, the only thing that's on my mind is trying to fix this microphone, but I think I got it to work. So pretty much the only thing that I could say is religion for me has always been a basis of understanding reality, you know, and I've based a lot of my thoughts and patterns, and I based my life on being as pious as possible. And I think piety for me is something that you know, it's a mix of an emotional and I guess mental standpoint on my own reality. And from what I'm hearing on the supposed opposing side on this virtual battlefield that we're on right now is that you aren't supposed to. What? Wait, what?
An info war.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. This is the info war against wirehead spirituality and network spirituality. You know, there's a huge difference. And the way that I view religion in a world that intertwines all this stuff is something that can be characterized as more in the realm of understanding who you are as a person. I think it really unlocks the self in terms of understanding who you are. in the self standard. I don't think, based on the previous views, that religion is sometimes viewed in an egoic light, if that's the right term for it. I never once in my studies of Orthodox Christianity, have ever used any sort of ego nature to prove that it's better or to force it onto people. I think that it can be a really solid foundation for people's mental states, especially with the way that a lot of people are being lonely. The one thing that I can expand on that is, being alone is something that I think takes a specific person to be very calm with. Most people don't have that gene in them, or they don't have that sort of blood to allow them to be constantly alone. But I think that if you're alone with God, then you're truly not alone. So
excellent.
I think go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that that's beautiful, and that's one of that's a great function that religion serves. And I think that, and I love that you expressed that, because what it reminds me of is that at the end of the day, we can have all of these great conversations, and they are great. I want to thank you all, about the ontological nature of God and the universe and causality and where it all came from and all that stuff. Like, that's fine. That's fun. I obviously think it's fun. But at the end of the day, one thing that I think is true of religion, no matter where you find it, is that it does serve this purpose of finding a framework for looking at the world, interpreting the world, and to solve problems like, how can we not be alone? How do we interact? How do we care? What do we do to create a world that we think will be better? And in the end, that's something that I think there's probably as much or more disagreement about among Christians and among theists and among Satanists as there is between Satanists and Christians, or theists and non-theists. We can have these ontological conversations, and I think they're fine. They are fun. But in the end, like, for you, Christianity or whatever other religion is creating a narrative and a lens through which you understand the world, and it gives you and it gives you community, motivation, ethics, understanding, not feeling lonely. And that's what it does for all of the Satanists that I do as well. And that is in some ways separate from the kind of metaphysical things about, like, well, if you don't believe in a God, then where did the Big Bang come from? Like, in the end, the day-to-day way that religions have evolved and the day-to-day way that we live them is much more, how you treat your neighbor, and much more, how do I make sense of my place in all this craziness, than it is about that. So I think that's something that I was reminded of that, and in what I heard you saying, and what I think is, like, that's something that religions had in common, regardless of theism or non-theism or whatever.
But I guess the counter argument that I always make, and certainly Fod, we're in agreement here, is that, and people in the chat have pointed out as well, is that it seems that a lot of this sort of the secularization of religion, it seems to be very utilitarian, whereas people of faith such as myself, we would argue that without the spirit and the metaphysics, it seems that even the social utility will eventually degrade and erode after time. That it seems we're so used to, in our own episteme, we're very used to this sort of like selective cafeteria approach to religion, in that when we decouple the spirit, the logos, from religion, and we purely mediate it through what Kant would call the moral religion, the sort of perfection of perpetual peace and all the Enlightenment stuff. That's a very nice piece of chicken, Lev. It seems that that's the counter argument I would make, and maybe we could.
Well, but I don't know why it's always assumed. But no. I don't think we're having a disagreement. But
it doesn't sound like an argument as much as a conversation.
Right.
I know what
I
you
just
mean.
don't know.
The only reason why I tried to talk about this stuff is because I was just trying to expand on what I guess what each person in the stream said in terms of their own views on it, and I just presented it in my own light. If we are to have, I guess, a sort of argument / debate on it, I can do that. But again, I'm not a person up for debate. I think the concept of debating somebody in a concept such as religion
I have a question.
Debates are useless.
I have a question though. Why is it assumed that us Satanists don't understand why you have piety or why you live your life in piety, or why that's the thing? It's like I think I totally understand why you believe what you believe. Like I do. I get that. But I think the thing is the misunderstanding is that a lot within the Christian world, and this is my experience with it, is that a lot of people can't understand why I don't. They try to get me to understand them. It's like, I understand you. I lived that. I don't want it. I understand it, but that's just not me, and that's just not how I connect, and that's just the way it is. And if I'm going to go within my Catholic and Christian roots, right, is that's God's plan.
Yeah,
I have to kind of accept that. But I mean,
I think a lot of.
But I mean, I guess that's kind of where I'm feeling that this has been a lot, is like a lot of convincing us of how you feel, and I think we already understand that. I don't know. Like, am I lost in that interpretation of this?
Siren, I think what you're saying is a good point, because a lot of Christians have a difficult time conceptualizing how you can organize your world, the hierarchy, without a person at top. And that's a huge problem in the church, because the churches, especially Black churches, have organized themselves in such a way that the pastor is at the top with God. But that's how everything is organized. So you do have a lot of people, especially young people, turning away from religion for that specific reason. Because if you have a hierarchy set up where a person that you didn't get to choose gets to be at the top, it's not a personal choice. You sort of are born into a church or whatever, and they're at the top. This is a huge problem. So I think that trying to a person who is a Christian trying to converse with a person who is not a Christian specifically is kind of like one of those things where you have to have come to that point. And there are a lot of Christians who do no inner work. They do not think. They just, whatever the pastor says, they just go along with it. Because it's a huge problem for the religion. And I think that it's going to be the eventual demise of the religion, because there is no inner work, inner consideration about how you got to be at the point that you're at.
And we also have to understand that some of the things that make you pious, that make you feel connected, that make you feel a sense of purpose, that this is what you do, right? Some of that has been traumatic to other people. So what you experience and what others do is the complete opposite. And so for us to just fall in line with that, or look up to that person that doesn't look anything like us, doesn't have our experiences or anything else like that, how can I relate to that when it doesn't signify me in any capacity? And I guess
it's traumatic. But that was what it's traumatic for Christians too. They just deal with it,
No, but that's what I'm saying. But this is where my journey started. That's why I ended up leaving the church. It wasn't because I'm a Satanist. It was, I didn't want to turn everything upside down. It was just, I had so many questions that couldn't be answered, and too many experiences that left a very traumatic experience within my life. You know what I mean? So that's why, and I'm not saying and so that's where I don't want it to, I really don't like this whole narrative that's trying to be spun that we are anti-Christian, we are anti-hierarchy, we are anti this. It's just, for some of us, we just are able to define that in our own way.
Well, you
a lot
know
of
who's
that I think
spinning
was
it?
the media image, though. I think
Exactly.
of like Tom LaVey going
Theo
on these
beat
talk
me to it.
shows.
It's the media.
You know?
I will totally agree.
The church,
I will
the church has
totally agree with
done-
that. I mean, I will totally agree with that. Like, absolutely. Like,
I think
like,
the
I don't
church
like
has
that.
done Christians dirty. Like,
Yeah, they haven't. And the Catholic
yeah,
Church
like
is
the church. You don't follow the church.
more
Like God is innate. God is everywhere. God is in nature. God is like under your feet. God is in your hands, in your veins. Like it's absolutely everywhere. Like the church has separated the body of God from you and given it to the tabernacle. You know, and that's not
Right.
like how it should be.
I used to go to Catholic school, by the way.
Hotep Sophia was saying, I think education is probably like, I think the one thing I would push back with what a lot of that's been said, I don't necessarily, and again, I'm not accusing you guys of saying this, but this is like certainly like the stupid fucking new atheist talking point that's like so stupid about like well, it's just a crutch, you know, it's to make you feel better. In some ways I could see that for a lot of people, but personally I think when you truly do take up the sort of, and I know this is to a lot of like based Orthodox or trad caths, this is kind of like a touchy point, but if you take up like truly the Kierkegaardian absurdity of faith, I think that it's in some ways it brings less of a certainty to your existence, because you have to come to terms with the fact that the smallest of actions in life have consequences that reverberate throughout the cosmos, as above so below. So I think that it's sort of like a lot of this cope that a lot of these new atheists have, where they're like, well, you only believe because of suffering, because of the inevitable death. And I do think that it is true to an extent that a lot of faith has been driven from death denial, but yet at the same time we live in the most secular age, is the same time that we have the biggest amounts of death denial, to the point at where people you know, a lot of theorizing goes into things like transhumanism and stuff like that. We have, by the way, friend of the show, Gennady Stoller. Sorry to subtweet him, but I think that it seems death denial permeates the believer and the non-believer alike within modernity. I think that's a fair point to me.
By the way, they're kicking out a lot of weirdos from that transhumanist party. Gennady's cleaning house. He is.
Gennady,
he is purging
I would say embrace the weirdos. I think, you know, embrace all the schizos and weirdos. Get Ben Zion back on. I know there's sort of a power dynamic there between him and Ben Zion, but
no. Okay, so the
does
way
everybody know? Does everybody know the Ben Zion story? Ben Zion won
party.
he was the presidential nominee, and then he cultured meat from his own cells and then ate it after he was told not to do this. It's repulsive to watch.
I mean, I've always wanted to eat myself, but damn, he took it to a new level.
Well, people were saying though,
like
I think it was
film,
Helios.
film
I think Helios was saying that don't we like eat certain pieces of our like the interior of our mouth goes inside of us every day.
Yeah.
So like, what's
I
the
don't
difference?
understand. Why is that? Like, it's meat. There's no like issue of consent because it's you.
Oh God! Don't tell me you're just. I've heard enough.
I mean, if we're questioning morality and where it comes from, like, let's go deep.
By the way, we got
Right, so I would, to change the subject slightly, I would say that I'm a pagan, right?
Okay.
Whatever that means, like a European pagan, I suppose. And I would say the one thing that Christianity, that I have a problem with Christianity, is sort of this redeemer complex, the idea that we need saving. Which is kind of sort of like the acquiescence of our own sovereignty onto another. And I do understand the Christian point of view. You know, we're a fallen being, and I do see that and struggle with that. But I think pre-Christian paganism was completely annihilated, and then the Catholic Church, like with the help of the Medicis and so on and so forth, became like a complete and utter, like more than just a belief system, but also like aim to just dominate everything in its entirety. And so
red pill.
Right. So in that
I'm
respect,
sorry.
I would agree with the Satanists. That I don't think the church, like I said, the church has done Christians dirty, because I don't think it's,
Well, there are even pagans that say that the Catholic Church is almost like the distillation of a lot of, like, I know even Survive the Jive even said this about the Catholic Church being like a forebear of a lot of like paganism, that like really a lot of like authentic paganism almost has become an impossibility in some ways. I don't know.
Well, I went to Catholic school, actually, so not only did I go to Russian Orthodox school for first grade when I was like 5 to 6 years old, but afterwards I went to Catholic school, and I noticed that there was a lot of this praising of the saints, doing all these rituals around the statues of the saints. So I wonder how much that translates from back in the ancient Roman times, and now you have the saints who are also these statues. I mean, I know like the hierarchies are slightly different, but still the approach.
Oh, the iconography.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
certainly
that's absolutely a hard
Mother
game.
Mary is Ishtar or Medea.
I mean, in order to
But
convince
it's not a
somebody,
one-
you have to relate, and
No,
you
it is.
relate
Wait,
through
Joe.
what they already.
Yeah,
believe.
there's a lot of, I don't really,
always a
there's
crossing.
problems with the Zeitgeist sort of like one-to-one comparison between like, for example, Christ and Set, and but no, I get where like Disco, I get where you're coming from. I think that the whole like pagan versus Christian thing on like our circles is sort of like, I don't know, I don't cultivate brother wars, put it that way. I think
me neither. Okay.
By the way, I want to get to BJ Murphy, who has been patient like a saint here. We haven't heard from him yet. I would love for BJ for you to just give us your take on what you think of the conversation so far and anything else. Thank you so much for coming in. BJ, can you hear us? Subscribe while BJ is getting his mic set up, I believe, because he did press the unmute button, so something's going on there. So I'm going to ask everybody again. We got 55 people watching. Subscribe right now. We got to get those numbers up. And also, if you go to streamlabs.com/lovejules, help us wet our beak. Jules, if they go to patreon.com, what do they get?
Well, you get the print from Geo, and you get a lot more. We have audio-only streams, so they'll be available for early access to our patrons, and on occasion we will also have post streams that are only available to our patrons. And we have a Discord, we have the Percolators room that should be live, and we will have one-on-one contact there, and you will be instrumental in the future of Love and Jewels.
Excellent.
Can you hear me any, Lev?
Yes, I can. Welcome, BJ.
All right. Excellent. Yeah, BJ here. Good to see you again, Greg. It's been a little while. It's been a minute. And I'm just glad to be here. Member of the Satanic Temple, by the way. So as you can tell, a lot of us are taking over. You don't have to fear us, but we are taking over.
Fear me. Stop, BJ. I want people to fear me, dang it. That's why I signed up. It's to be if totally freaky to people.
I mean, if we want to go fear, I could say I'm a Satanist, I'm an atheist, I'm a communist, pansexual.
Third party.
We love China. BJ loves China.
Like Christian China?
If I were white and had more feminine features, I'd probably be Alex Jones's worst nightmare. Just saying.
Okay.
Oh God. Oh.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just glad to be here. I've been listening to the conversation since around 4 when it started. So,
EJ, what do you think about LaVeyan Satanism compared to your Satanism?
Well, most importantly, I come from a major, mostly political background, and that's what sort of driven me towards Satanism. Obviously, like most Satanists, we started with LaVeyan Satanism, starting with the Satanic Bible and what have you. But the more I started developing my political views and how I view the world, the less I became attracted to LaVey's Ayn Randian type interpretation of Satanism, the very individualistic libertarian aspect, and was drawn more towards recently with the Satanic Temple, within like the last 10 years or maybe less, more driven to them because they have a more community driven outlook where they focus on not just helping the individual empower themselves, but also a way of empowering the community and acting like an actual fucking society that actually cares about one another and not, just be damned for everybody and let's throw in a little shock and awe, which I felt like was Anton LaVey's specialty. If that answers your question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. Well, let's see. I mean, I'm very interested in this contrast between your worldview and, let's say, somebody like Geo and Disco and Hotep Sophia. So would there be anything that you would be interested in asking them, BJ?
I mean, God, you guys have already covered this shit's been going on for like over 3 hours, and I feel like Greg has been a powerhouse in terms of dealing and going after all the other questions that have been thrown left and right. Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, is there?
I have some questions I have questions for the Satanists. Are there mainstream Satanists or people who maybe we could speculate are Satanists, like if in a tabloidy kind of National Enquirer kind of way?
What do you mean by mainstream?
Well, I mentioned Boyd Rice.
Die Antwoord. I'm not sure if they're Satanists. I'm not sure if
Who's that
Jared
girlfriend in
Leto,
Marilyn
or
Manson?
I mean, who are there people that use the symbolism? Lady Gaga.
I mean, if we're going to talk about like musicians or musical artists that are Satanists and are relatively popular, I would say Nurgle from Behemoth, or just Behemoth in general.
Mm-hmm.
They have a pretty secular Satanist outlook on things, and their music has interpreted a lot of the sort of literary aspect of the characters of Satan and Lucifer and various other ideologies and religious beliefs as well. But it's a pretty big mishmash for them. But yeah, they seem to largely revolve around it, and they're pretty popular. Hell, they just did that gnarly ass live stream concert, quote unquote concert here recently, the Anapstia Day, I believe it was called.
Yeah, I had a friend actually who was who's Polish, and he went to the show where they got almost like banned from Poland, where they were sacrificing the goat heads and everything. I believe that was the Apostasy album tour. That's like one of my favorite albums. So, yeah.
Well, I heard they got in trouble in Poland because of the Bible.
Yeah, the Bible. Yeah, they were doing the goat heads and the Bible burning. It was my buddy was actually there, and then when he went back with his cousin, it was like literally like on the national news like that night, and his parents were like freaking out. It's like, oh my god. So yeah, it was pretty.
Well, Poland's a very religious country in a very sort of totalitarian. I wouldn't say. Well, yeah, I would say totalitarian way, very bureaucratic way.
Very based red pill.
Wait, are you from Poland? By the way, Siren, because you said you're Romani. Are you a Romani from Poland?
No, Czech.
Oh, Czech.
Yeah, so I escaped the Iron Curtain.
Nice. Well, I hope I escaped the Iron Curtain too, and I encourage everybody to check out Siren's work on her Twitter. By the way, just want to throw that in there. Throw in the plug for you. Yes.
Thanks.
No, we're all about the simping. We're all about the simping here, right, Jules?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to say that. I mean, I wouldn't pick anybody out. I think I'm probably the most boring Satanist ever. Like, I'm not going around, I'm a Satanist. Like, it's stated, that's what I am. I don't like, I'm not all about it all the time. Like every now and again, I'd be like, oh, okay, so the organization that I'm a member of is doing something political. Let me get involved with that. Because why? Because they're going to have a bigger voice, and I can add my voice to that collective to be bigger than simply just being by myself. Like BJ says, it's a lot of that political stuff. I wanted to be involved. I wanted to have a sense of community and connectiveness, and the underlying connectivity in that was, hey, we all identify as a Satanist. I don't care what that means to you. We just identify as it, and we're political, and we want to make some change. So here we go.
Now what's the deal? What's the deal with the different types of magic in Satanism? Right? Because
I don't think anybody
Satanists
here
are supposed
magic,
to be
though,
no, but that's not true. If you go through their material, I mean, they claim to be scientifically based, and they have a materialist view, but then they say that they practice two different types of magic. They practice white magic and black magic, right? The white magic is meditation, and the black magic is mind control.
So, Jules, I think you're confusing a couple of different things. You are right that talking about magic is part of the greater satanic lexicon. That is true. The white magic and black magic is not really that much part of modern Satanism. I think you may be confusing that with greater magic and lesser magic, which was the terminology that Anton LaVey used, where one of them was dramatic ritual that acts as a catharsis, usually in groups, versus lesser magic, which is subtle manipulation where you are able to act your will upon people. And that was a LaVey thing.
Lesser magic is media magic, and greater magic is like sex magic.
Yeah.
And see, and I don't subscribe to any of that, like or the TTS or anything else like that. Like
Siren loves greater magic. That's the sex.
but I will say I've gotten into, so I think this is a really interesting question, because even among Satanists that I know, there are some people who are more into that kind of description, that kind of idea, and some that are less, even among just the atheists. And so what do they mean by it? It is, and this goes back to, this is LaVey's talking about this way, although he didn't originate it. I mean, there are some ways in which you can interpret some of Crowley's stuff as talking about the psychological elements of magic. But LaVey was very explicit. He was just like, lesser magic is working your will upon people. And it's psychological. It isn't necessarily anything mystical, anything supernatural. And so, and just to give some context for like my background comes from an atheistic upbringing. I never really had that much interest in that kind of talk. Like as someone with a cognitive science background, I instantly understood. I was like, yeah, catharsis, psychologically meaningful, therefore has great impact on how you see the world. Okay, you want to call it magic? Fine, whatever. Like that was my reaction, but I was never drawn to that. I was never like into it. And I even went through a phase where I was kind of against it in just sort of a curmudgeonly way. I was like, if you know that it's all just body language and, you know, subtle subconscious manipulation, why use magic? Why confuse the term? And then I had a lot of conversations.
Why use it? Because it has power, right?
Right. Well, and again, but as an atheist, as a strict supernaturalist, all the power that I believe that it has is in body language and subconscious, you know, et cetera, neurochemicals and so on. And it was really it was when I was at a satanic ritual in Bisbee, Arizona. I'm going into storytelling mode now. I was at a satanic ritual in Bisbee, Arizona. And I was arguing with another member of the Satanic Temple. I was like, like I respect that you want to use these words, but since you don't you feel like it'll just confuse people because there are people who will assume you mean supernatural stuff? And what he said to me was, he said for him, it's more of an aesthetic. It's like any other aesthetic thing. It's like the same sort of oomph that he gets from dressing up at a ritual and taking on or using the language or even saying "Hail Satan" when you don't believe in an actual Satan. It's aesthetic. It is bringing a kind of artistic stance to your social commentary. And so from that point of view, he was saying he likes as a matter of cultural commentary, highlighting the fact that, hey, stuff that was probably called magic back then, we might have a scientific explanation for it now. Let's talk about that. Let's have that be the conversation. Let's not do away with the word magic. Let's instead talk about the magical elements of what we now call science. And when you presented it to me that way, I was like, all right, yeah, I get it. That's fine. I still don't personally connect with it. Like, I don't go around talking that way, but I do understand why some Satanists are into it.
Well, there was something.
By the way, guys, I found out something explosive. By the way,
what's going on?
Really explosive. So you mentioned about people that were affiliated with Satanism. So here it lists some of the people that were members of the Church of Satan. One of them being, well, I mentioned Boyd Rice. King Diamond is one of them. Adam Parfry. I actually do like his books, Apocalypse Culture. Adam Parfry is a really good author. And also, I can't believe this. This is mind-blowing for all of the esoteric racists out there. Apparently, A. Wyatt Mann, the cartoonist, was a member of the Church of Satan. Nick Baragas, A. Wyatt Mann, is a Satanist. I can't believe this.
Who is that? I don't know who
that. This is mind-blowing. But
who is that?
What did he animate?
So
no idea.
A. Wyatt Mann. Don't worry. Don't look him up.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll get our stream taken down. So
what are you talking? What is that? How does anyone have a conversation that way?
Is the racist cartoonist that did the Shlomo. He did a bunch of like
the original Slow-Mo.
The Jewish stereotype guy with the rubbing hands and the big nose.
Yeah,
there was something that I wanted to get to, something that Greg, you were talking about this before. Where
He's a meme cartoonist.
Pretty
very
much.
long
Yeah,
ago.
that's a very easy. Okay, so he drew some famous memes.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't call them.
What?
No, they're definitely famous. Okay, so Greg, there was something you were talking about earlier when you were categorizing people who, let's say, do believe in the supernatural as having this Cartesian view of physicality, materiality versus spirituality. Where I would actually look at it as what we're in right now, this environment, this is just as spiritual to me. Going to the point that you were just talking about with your friend, this is just as spiritual to me as any other experiences that we would have. My whole thing, I mean, Jules knows this about me already, that I don't necessarily see the limit being what we currently understand about what is possible to experience in this embodied state. That is a very particular thing that I lean towards. But the other thing that I wanted to add here is when it comes to people like Nikola Tesla, for example, there was a quote from him, "The gift of mental power comes from God, divine being, and if we concentrate our minds on that truth, we become in tune with this great power. Another thing about Tesla is that in his biography, which was written by a friend that he grew up with, he was talking about how Tesla, whenever he breathed in and out, he felt the sensation going on in his back, in the spinal region. And to me, that's connected a lot to the experience that people have of Kundalini, which I also experience, when you do feel this electric sensation going through your spine, and there have been many different testaments of people who have experienced this exact same thing, anecdotally, because I don't have it in front of me and people didn't really do experiments on it scientifically, but anecdotally talking about having various profound experiences from this. As somebody who looks at Nikola Tesla as being one of the people who is responsible for the world we're currently living in, I may be false in saying this, but I'm curious what everybody thinks here, where I do observe kind of like you could create like a hill like this, where on the bottom of the hill there are people who would be very superstitious. On the top of the hill, there would be people who reject outright the possibility of anything beyond whatever it is the consensus of existing is. And then the people who are all the way horizontally to like super genius level, being people who have actually gotten back to this idea that there may be more going on here than we realize. So I'm interested in what you guys have to say about that.
And then there would be people like Plato, and then there would be people like Plato who thought that there was a world of forms that created us. Kind of like your the whole symbolism makes us thing. It
Absolutely.
felt very Plato there.
Well,
even though it was never proven.
People do say that all philosophy is a footnote to Plato, so take that how you will. So I don't know. It is an interesting thing to me, BJ. Like, I don't really know ultimately what is going on here, but it is quite interesting how a lot of these very high-minded individuals who are responsible for the world that we're living in, the giants on whose shoulders we're standing on, I don't see a lot of pretty big atheists among them. I could be wrong. I mean, let me know. I just see that there are quite a number of them who have been very much in the idea.
Well, I
It's
think
a problem
that
of
just applies.
definitions, obviously.
I think
Like-
that just applies to everything, really. Like, there aren't these big Titan type people that we can rest ourselves onto their shoulders, because back then there wasn't, it's the transference of information that was very limited at that time, and what you could
Okay, what's
acquire
the
from
excuse
some-
now? Then there should be tons of them now. I see the difference.
No,
I don't
I'm
see that
saying
many
that
prominent people.
I'm saying that now there are so many voices that it's a lot of noise, and that for a lot of us, we have not just singular individuals that we can rest ourselves on. We have a ton of people, all the way from YouTube to the intellectual circles to somebody within celebrity or somebody within
But how
the
close do they
scientific
come to
world.
Nikola Tesla?
Don't mention YouTube. No.
How close? I'll be honest.
Bringing
to all
back
those
bad
people-
memories.
All right, again.
No,
we're
do not post
no.
it. Do
I mean,
not
I mean,
post.
again, I don't
Please.
think it's gonna take. I don't think it's gonna take us down. But honestly, I'm considering what exactly we're gonna be doing with this chat of ours here, because I don't like having to edit this. I mean, this is probably fine.
No,
mean,
I
it's
shouldn't
not-
have mentioned
it's
it
not-
live. I
it's
shouldn't have
not- It's not
mentioned it live,
pornography.
yeah.
But no, these things are gonna happen. I mean, eventually we may just have the chat be limited to like specific, patrons grandfathering in some of the people that we know and love from the chat because they were in there in the beginning. Okay, so he said that wouldn't get you taken off stream. I mean, look, I don't know. I'm not gonna take a chance right now. Like, I'm just being extra careful over here. Anyway, back to what we were talking about before. If we're looking at most of the people who are on YouTube today, I'll be honest, most of them
Well, I was
they're
just
not
using
moving.
YouTube as an example.
They're not
I
moving
was
the
just
needle.
using YouTube as an example of people for us as individuals, we look to a lot of people and we draw inspiration from a lot of people in the same way that back in the day people drew inspiration and rested on the shoulders of people like Einstein and people like Tesla and what have you. There's not a lot of those individual titans anymore. There's a lot of different individuals that are at that intellectual place, but there's just so many of them now, and the information is going in and out. It's kind of like background noise for a lot of people. It can be overwhelming.
But why do we have to have like these big people and leaders to
Right,
represent
right.
it? Why can't we be a self?
Why can't we be the titans?
Yeah,
damn it?
why can't we be it? Like
All
the
right, well,
collective
you go
itself?
ahead
Why does
Well,
it have to have
just
that?
because you want to be doesn't mean you are. That's the big difference.
Lev, what is your hypothesis?
My hypothesis? My
What
hypothesis.
are-
Okay. My own version of seeing these things is that I think that there is always going to be a limited amount of people who are going to exist during a certain time who are going to be much more connected to things that other people are not. And that's fine. Not everybody has to be that way. But I'm not going to, let's say, if that is the case, if I am not wrong about this, because maybe I'm wrong, but if that is indeed the case, then I think today's culture is one where we do elevate up people who aren't close by a mile to the kind of achievements people were able to make back in the day, yet they're being lauded and praised, yas queened till the cows come home, and they're the people
and
who
that's
are
the
being
culture
paid attention
industry
to.
right there.
Yeah.
The culture is deliberately degraded, in my opinion. Like, it deliberately tries to squander any sort of like high intellectual and particularly engineering creativity, because we don't live in a society like. So this is a good example. There was a newspaper which asked people in the 1910s how they imagined the 2010s would be, or rather maybe it was like 1900s, how they had imagined the year 2000 to be. And so their ideas was like everyone would be like hovering on like their own personal hovercraft, and they would just like fly over there and over here. And so it was all very expansive, right? Technology at that point was so expansive. It was all about going over there and seeking what is yet to be found. All right, and now we live in a time where everything seems to be found. There is no ground that is not owned anymore, and so we now have to look for our technology inwards, and that's why we have a phone in our hand, this tiny little thing that can do everything we need. Like it used to be, technology would be expansive and creative. Well, it's still creative, but it used to be aeroplanes, it used to be motor cars. And now it's a telephone in your pocket, and in 15 years' time, it's a chip in your wrist, or a chip like a Neuralink that Elon Musk has just begun to talk about. You know, so like that's it. It's to me, it's the sort of diminutive view of our potential, and it's just been pocketed. Literally,
I think it's fun how you can find records of every single age, every single practically decade, and everyone's always talking about how things used to be more expansive and used to be more awesome, and the famous people were smarter, and the stupid people shut up more, or whatever the fuck it was.
Yes.
So I'm going to reserve my judgment of 2020 until at least 2070, because that's just not how history works. Like, I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's fine that it's interesting that Lev brings up the perspective of Tesla. I kind of would like to go back to that, just because I'm a little bit bored with the idea that everything is awful and things were greater yesterday, because I don't think that's true. But
no, I agree with you. I love
that was rude of me. I didn't. That's an unfair gloss of what was being said.
Well, I think that. I mean,
no, I don't think that. Like I said before, I love the fact that we have all this advanced medicine. I think that's good. I'm one of those people who wants to concentrate on the things that can be improved upon, as opposed to saying, of course, this is great that we have the internet and good medicine and all that kind of stuff. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back.
Listen. We're going to go back whether you like it or not, okay? I hate to break this to people, but history is a cycle. It's not a wig. History is bullshit. It's not a line. It's a cycle. We're going to go back. Don't worry about it.
Cycle within the cycle within the cycle.
Wait till the...
We'll go all the way back. I mean, there's no doubt.
Wait till the EMP solar flare comes and rains the cleansing fires of the nuclear suns down. And
wait until the transition.
You've got the magnet shield for the solar flare.
But what's also interesting?
But to go back to your thing about like I had a few thoughts reacting to that. I have the snarky thought, and do you want to hear the snarky one first? It's a little bit snarky.
Sure, go for it. That's fine.
The snarky one was: are you familiar with base rate fallacy? The base rate fallacy, because when you're talking about how you look at a sample of the really smart people and there aren't a lot of atheists, I'm like, historically, there haven't been that many atheists when you start looking further and further back in time. Like, of course, in your sample of the really smart people, where you get to hear all the different quotes, maybe there weren't a lot of atheists. It's not really a shock. There weren't a lot of atheists. That's my snarky. Don't bother replying because I know it's snark. My serious answer is that I think that it's worthwhile not trying to construct a completely whole idea of someone's metaphysics from quotes like the one you selected by Tesla. Or people do the same thing with Einstein. Very famously, there are these picked and chosen quotes from Einstein about how he believed in God, and maybe not. But I think the more interesting question, like to drill down on that, when you're trying to make the analogy, which I felt like you were trying to do, Lev, of, hey, people who are great thinkers entertain ideas that seem to be beyond materialism. And so I sort of feel like that's where you were going. And
almost, and I'll add one more thing to it after.
Okay, yeah. So to that extent, I will say that, like, again, when you're picking and choosing these quotes, like, materialism, by the way, doesn't mean we understand everything that can be understood. Believing in science doesn't mean we believe that we have all the answers. One of the most fundamental, fantastic things that I feel science as a worldview has given me is the capacity to say, I don't know, and feel comfortable with it. And so when you find quotes of thoughtful people saying or implying that there is stuff beyond what we understand, which of course any scientist is going to tell you that. Any real scientist is going to tell you that there is stuff we don't fucking understand. That is not a sign.
Greg saying I don't know is just like inert.
Yeah, but I feel that, I mean, I agree in that a lot of this haggling just seems like mid 2000s like new atheism stuff, like it, where my guy is an atheist, my guy is a Christian. It's like, to me it just seems like we're measuring dicks here. And it's like I think that in some ways I wholly subscribe to the like high wit low wit alliance versus midwit, because to me it's a sign of midwittery to like fetishize IQ points and to fetishize like a quantum, like a raw number of material IQ. And this is where I do push back against like even in our spheres people like Steve Saylor or whatever. Like I think that there's more to the story than that.
Oh wait,
but
I'm so sorry. Martin Krubfeld pledged $20 via Patreon.
Whoa. Nice.
Excellent. Thank you so much,
Excellent.
Martin.
Thank you.
Thanks, Martin.
There is the y'all sport.
It's a nice $20 tip. Greg, take off your shirt.
Post physique.
And guys, don't forget to subscribe once again. Subscribe. Go for it, Gio.
So, what do you do? The Russian one? You do
Uchitsa, which means learn, like the great Lenin said, which has nothing to do with the word subscribe, but for some reason I have it in my head because it comes in threes.
If you want to know, like, see who profits, man, like Lenin said. That was the Dostoevsky bit. Yeah, so I think that it's true. When you're talking about just the raw reality of intelligence, I think that I do agree to an extent with the social constructivists. It seems to be like a limiting metric, but I do believe that a lot of like visionary thinkers and artists and scientists, I believe that even if they don't certainly express it in sort of like Christian terms or theistic terms, I think that they're still hitting at a Sophia Perennis, a sort of like heart of being that we can't readily describe. Certainly Tesla had a lot of like very out there beliefs. So along with Newton, like Newton was like a hardcore alchemist, right?
That was what we spent most of his time doing.
Yeah.
Didn't Tesla? Didn't he also believe and support the political eugenics movement at the time?
Did he? I think.
Yeah.
I know that like a lot of they were a part of like the Galton Society, people like Henry Ford, and a lot of it was like this was when eugenics was pretty in vogue at the time. I think he may have.
I don't think he was like a Herbert Spencer eugenicist.
No, he wasn't on that level.
It was probably more like a self-directed evolution.
Right.
Eugenics without killing people is just natural selection.
Well,
it's natural.
I'm not going to quote him directly, but I am paraphrasing. He pretty much stated that, like, by 2100, he hopes that all of the undesirables are eliminated from society and that we have just the desirables in society.
Well, that's charming.
How he failed.
Oh, peace out, God.
In terms of health, if we're talking about Hasidic Jews, they do DNA tests before like two people want to get married. So they, if their blood is too close together, like they're not going to go through with it because they're going to have. Oh, we got another Patreon, $5 King Diamond Sagittarius Venus, $5 Patreon.
All right.
So much.
All right.
I love you. I appreciate that.
We need to do more Satanist streams.
But the point here is that, like, for the sake of health, like, I would never want to stand, like, I don't want to stand in the way of people, who fall in love and want to have kids and all that good stuff. But when it comes to certain things, like, I was talking to a taxi driver who was from Pakistan, and he was talking about how prevalent the problem is with inbreeding in a lot of these families because of the culture there. And it's like, I would love for humanity to get to a certain base level here where we understand that if blood is too close, and you get married and you have kids, that's going to result in a lot of genetic problems for the offspring, and that is something that needs to be, highly considered down the road, because that's going to...
Yes, in England, it's a legitimate problem as well. Because obviously everyone is engaged in the public purse, and so there's a lot more medical emergencies that require people who are genetically too similar, and so yeah.
You know what's some crazy synchronicity? There was this tweet that blew up today by someone that said prohibiting incest is like eugenics and it's bad. I swear to God today that they were. I know I swear to God and say that, but today there was a tweet that was blowing up and everyone was ratioing it. So it's some weird crazy synchronicity that we're talking about this.
But the addendum that I wanted to add about Tesla before I forget the quotes. Forget whatever stuff he may have said. If we're talking about only one thing, which is the experience of visions that Nikola Tesla had, that to me is already a sign that people put certain limitations on what is possible to experience with the mind. Like Greg, I was telling you earlier in private, how with my meditations, sometimes I go into the kind of state where I can generate a three-dimensional object and move it around. So zoom in, zoom out. While one thing I didn't tell you is that while this is all happening, the area right over here starts pulsating like a small engine, it starts doing that while this whole zoetrope thing is rotating. Anyway, the reason why I'm saying this is that there have been many, and again, it's not like I can take Tesla and ask him right now, although I would love for the ghost of Nikola Tesla to come on this podcast in the future. Anyway, there have been, let's say, enough of an anecdotal evidence of these visions being something that Tesla attributed to him being able to create all these things. And that's more what I mean about there being few people in general that do end up having certain visions where I look at the brain as more of a receiver. And they have these visions and they're able to do something that completely changes the world. And those people can probably be counted on one's hand. It doesn't mean that there aren't brilliant people who otherwise do certain contributions. But as far as world-changing contributions, it is very interesting how few people go to that level and how they do have these kind of visions that change reality. I've always been interested in that.
I think it's worth noting how when calculus was invented, you had Leibniz and Newton coming about the same process, totally by coincidence. And Newton discovered gravity and just wasn't able to attract people to his theory, right? So when you talk about Tesla, where are all the Teslas? You're also kind of ignoring the detail that those people tend to develop their powers in pure solitude, which is antithetical to then promoting your discoveries and profound awareness.
Yeah, you don't know you don't know whether the lack of Teslas that you're aware of in history is because of the lack of Teslas or the lack of you having heard of them.
Exactly.
As a good friend of mine on Twitter, his name's Ngolo Tesla. You might have heard of him. He says, and I think it's quite brilliant, that those hermit-like inventors, or those brilliant people that spend their entire lives in solitude creating something, they receive gratitude and their own self-worth from the future back into themselves in them doing the action that they're doing. I know that's quite out there, but
no, that's interesting. I mean, look, there's that brilliant mathematician. There's this brilliant Russian Jewish mathematician, Grigory Perelman. I'm sure you guys are aware of him, who didn't even want to get the $1 million prize.
Yeah, they gave him money and everything. He wanted to sit in his room all day.
But here's the interesting thing. According to him, he is already in an enlightened state of whatever it is that's going on in his mind. This is what I also mean. I'm not going to ask him, because he's not here, although I wish he would come in the future, what exactly is this? But I don't know. Something tells me that when it comes to the way that a Perelman and a Tesla are thinking, it is so much beyond whatever it is that regular people are in the motive. And again, it goes back to this idea of what is promoted in today's culture. And if it is like the Cardi B's and whatever, like if that's what's being promoted right now, if that's what people are being, I understand it, I get it, I'm not going to fight against it, I know this is what's going on, but I'm just saying, like, it's going to prevent, I think, there being more of these hermits who would come out of their hermit holes, because at a certain point it's like, why? If everybody's not really into this whole thing, why do we even bother?
So don't fight against it. You've already seen what happened with Ben Shapiro. It's never ends well.
So
okay.
I understand that you are obsessed with bringing things back to critiquing current culture, but if I may drag things back to Satanism for just a sec.
Go for it.
Actually, I want to bring it back. I want to draw on something that Hotep Sophia said or mentioned earlier. The idea of, I think the term was inner work. Was it inner work? And that's something that I think is something that differentiates across religions, including Satanism, sort of different approaches to one's religious experience, because you can take it as a sort of very surface, I'm going to follow, I'm going to just listen and believe and ignore anything else, or you could take that stance with respect to religion, or you can do inner work and you can really find the deep connections between what you're listening to and yourself and understand your own context with it. And I think that is something that, that I see in the Satanic community as well, because there are people, especially the early ones that are just starting off. They're so excited. They just discovered Satanism. They think it's cool. And for them, maybe it is the shallow about like saying fuck you to their pastor or their parents.
Fuck you, Dad.
Yeah, maybe it is that for them at that point.
Fuck you, Mom and Dad.
And for some people, it never goes beyond that. But for many people, that can become the beginning of a shift where they're embraced by the Satanic community and they learn some of the more positive, constructive ideas, the literary history, the philosophical history. They are encouraged by other people in the Satanic Temple to explore what different symbols or stories mean for them, what resonates with them, and how to incorporate it into their own life as well as their own satanic practice. And so to me, like, I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that in a lot of the, there's been a lot of coming and going in the topics over the last 50 years, 4 hours that we've been doing this. And, but one of the themes that I've sort of seen come and go is that, on and off there were, especially at the beginning, there were attempts to sort of reduce, well, is Satanism this? Is Satanism this? And if you are a materialist, then does that mean this? And I think that like, for some of those things, the answer is, well, absolutely it could be, in much the same way that Christianity or any other religion can be for some people at some point during their journey a very shallow thing or just obedience, but it doesn't have to be. And when you talk about, and I guess what interests me in conversations about Satanism as a religion is the way that this narrative, this system of examining the world and examining oneself, this kind of program that one can use overlaid with your way of looking at the world, how can it be used to benefit yourself, benefit your community, and be something that you create as a deeper understanding. The testimonials I hear from people who've been longtime members of the Satanic Temple talk about it as being like a love affair because they keep learning more, they keep adapting, they keep on finding new ways that it can be important to their lives. Now, to go back to the shallow dismissal thing that was mentioned earlier, did they need Satan in order to accomplish that? No, but it was part of their journey and part of their narrative. And I think that that's something that Satanism has in common with all other religions in that regard.
I think that's really well said. And for all the people who are able to get to that higher level with the help of friends, I think ultimately for me, the way that I interpret it is that you, and I think there was some episode that I saw about it where people were all like trying to figure out the identity of this one person, and they all made a whole organization about that. But at the end of the day, they didn't even care about what the identity of this mystery man was. What they cared about was the fact that they found friends. I like that there was a Memory TV clip that I posted. I'm sure somebody could find it, with this Muslim guy saying, perhaps the greatest jihad is the friendship we made along the way. And I think that that's I think that that's what it comes down to for me when it comes to all these people that you meet along the way in this journey of life. And that is something that I see as being very spiritually profound, regardless of Baphomet or Temple of Satan or anything else that happened to be. The fact that we were able to, even here, have this live stream, talk with each other, get to know each other, connect. I think that this is profoundly important as something that more people should do, and my hope is that after this whole COVID thing dies down, I would love to grab a beer with all you guys, meet up, and you guys are incredible, and I'm very thankful for you being here and for doing the show. So before we get going, I wanted to get I know we haven't done final thoughts in a while, so I want to do final thoughts, but also I want to do some shout outs. So here we go. Gary Newman, Aman Sadhu, one of our great patrons, Drelgon, Mehran, knocking it out of the park. I love Mehran. Mehran is amazing. I hope Mehran comes back soon. Let's see who else. Martin K, our new patron, Martin K. And we got Fod back on for a final thought. That's great. So we have De Facto. Who says, my Russian friend doesn't want to come on stream for privacy reasons. That is absolutely fine. I was just asking about your Russian friend, if they could get in contact with me. So you can DM me on Twitter, and your friend can DM me, and we'll get this sorted out, because I really want to get in contact with him. Anyway, Kyle had some good things to say, and Buff, of course, Buff all the time. Wong Car Y, Superfan, XO, back with us. Emerson, all these amazing people. Jugs from the Perfume Nationalist podcast. Jugs, thank you so much for watching. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, there's obviously more people on top. Oh, Ark Thumos, thank you so much for watching. He had a very interesting quote here that I want to say. Again, this is him talking. I wouldn't phrase this way. It takes the extreme naivete of a child to believe this ideology of the secular individual is anything but a recipe for worldwide slavery. I mean, that may be
worldwide computer god slavery.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. This is something that people do fear down the line when it comes to maintaining a balance between the individual and the whole. I mean, we've already talked about this ad nauseum. I think it was a great conversation. So yeah, those are all the people here, and thank you guys so much for watching. AIC, of course, AIC, thank you so much for watching. So now we are going to bring it for final thoughts, and we're going to end with FODcorp, who's, I'm so happy you're with us for final thoughts. And yeah, let's go for it. So let's start with Greg and go down the line.
Start with me?
Yes.
2 final thoughts. 1, we won't be slaves, we will be Borg. 2, people should absolutely have the right to clone and eat themselves. Those are my final thoughts.
What about celebrities? I think that's what's going to happen in the future.
Like the film Antiviral, the Cronenberg got.
What about Korean baby foreskins that are being injected into hot women's faces?
Is this well, why are you protocol for final thoughts? Am I supposed to be getting final thoughts?
These are things for us to think about for the next stream. And by the way, Greg, if you know any Moloch worshippers, like legit, like child sacrificers, let me know. Or if you happen to run into somebody like that who wants to join and you say, no, this is not what Satanism is about, I'm not going to let you join. But if you want to come on the BTR stream, here is the link. That would be most ideal. Jules.
Guys, thanks for sticking with us and not getting scared away by the Satanism stream. As you can see, it's a very approachable and mindful, and it's a very digestible topic. And I'm just glad that we live in a time where we can talk about these things and people don't get all bent out of shape. You know, it's in good fun, and it's also worthwhile and earnest.
Oh, and Jules,
digestible topic.
Wong Kar Wai superfan XOXOXCO asks, God damn it, can Jules give us his friend's number?
What?
So we're talking about we're talking about your friend who came here. We're talking about Opium Alex Art.
Did she come on?
Yeah, she did. She was here.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, she was great. So thank you for bringing her. She was amazing. But we need her number. So hook up Wong Kar Wai superfan XOXOXO later on. I'm sure it'll be a great connection. DM Jules. Go to his Twitter, DM him, and we'll get it done. Hotep Sophia.
I love War Kong. I always mispronounce his name, but War Kong Wai.
Wong Kar Wai.
I just love how he directed a movie without even having a screenplay finished. And so each day before they were shooting, he would write the script and then they would shoot that. So I couldn't imagine a more disorganized, last minute, off the cuff artistic process than the Chunking Express.
Nice. Hotep Sophia.
I'm sorry that I was in and out today, but if you have a boomer in college, I highly recommend that you discourage them from taking online classes. So I was back up and down helping my dad with Excel, which was horrible. So yeah, that's my one final thought. My other is what I heard on the stream was pretty much what I expected to hear. I think that anyone who has a worldview which they believe that there is a higher being, it's not that difficult to connect with them. And so I wish that more Christians would take off the names and just try to connect with the person and the ideas, because I think that the ideas are more similar than different, except abortion. But anyway, but in general, I think the ideas are more similar than different. I think that we could really, do ourselves a huge service in just respecting people and just trying to, just gain information and understanding. So I thought this was a great stream, you guys, and I appreciate being on here.
Thank you. And also, like the great R. Kelly once said, church folks gotta stop judging or you will be the first to be judged. And then he said, and women stop depending on us men and start depending on the man above. This is from a really great song, by the way, called, I believe it's called Heaven I Need a Hug. It was like, Heaven I Need a Hug. Is there anybody out there willing
he
to
really
embrace
needs
a
some
thug?
form of a hug, I guess.
Okay, well, we'll get into Kells. We'll get into Kells later on. And also, Wong Kar Wai says you should get cam girls on here for every stream.
We're going to have an e-girl stream.
During No Nut November. Siren, I would love for you to come back for that if you're interested. It's not going to be about Satanism. It's just going to be about like all this interesting online culture that's going on right now. But
I do.
I'm going to come on without a shirt
that.
on.
Nice. That's
you
gonna,
are?
That's going to
That's going to be hot.
Yes. No,
he'll
Jules,
get more tips than me.
Yeah, Jules OnlyFans.
Okay.
I'll be the $50 tier.
Yes, Gio.
I don't have read my stuff, buy my art, website and Patreon forthcoming now that he hit 6K followers.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and Lev will hopefully be my webmaster who will design my website. So
I want to make a website for Gio and for my dad. I think that would be a good.
Yeah, because I really don't want to rely on third parties to sell my artwork. Really, I don't. Yeah. So I don't really have fun other than it's been great, but at the end of like 4 to 5 hours, my brain is usually mush and I haven't had much to eat. So it's kind of like I have no thoughts. Action through non-action. I guess no thoughts. I've through talking about Satanism for 4 hours, we've delivered ourselves into a state of supreme Satori enlightenment, and we can hopefully empty our own selves. And so that's my final non-thought. So there you go.
Nice. Siren.
Peace and love, y'all. Like honestly, like that's serious. Just love each other.
Definitely.
Like, and it's not that complicated. Just accept,
Live,
and
laugh,
love, and
laugh.
appreciate. Okay, now, like, look.
By the way,
No,
were you ever on a stream like this before? Like, this is the first time in this kind of environment, or?
No, I do interviews all the time
Nice.
over all kinds of different things. I create content. I have my own. I'm also a streamer, so I have my own YouTube that's outside of Siren Saints and I write for a couple of fetish publications in which I educate a lot. But I'm more the podcasty, talkity.
What's the name of your podcast?
I think I finally met my match today with Greg. On being able to talk.
Nice.
Like he'd like, oh, all right, he's gonna talk. But no,
what's the name of your podcast?
I would rather not say with this. Oh, with the FemFet Federation. It's called The Buzz, and it's with the Female Fetish Federation.
Nice. Well,
Yeah.
everybody subscribe to the Female Fetish Federation after you subscribe to the BTR stream. I know some of you have not subscribed yet, so subscribe right fucking now. Anyway.
But hey, I wanted to let you know, fix your Twitter.
What's going on?
I wanted to sign up for your Patreon, but the link in your bio is broken.
In my bio? Wait, whose bio are we talking about?
Yours.
Mine? Oh, right. Oh, man. Okay, if you're talking about my Twitter bio, I do have to check that out because we did.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to see. Wait, no, I don't have a Patreon in my bio on Twitter. Are we talking about Break the Rules? Which bio?
Yeah, the one that you had me retweet. Yeah, the Break the Rules.
Yeah, you should check that one.
Oh, right.
Because I
Yeah, we
had
gotta-
somebody who also wanted to subscribe, and they're like, I can't. What's the right link?
Oh, no. Okay, we are going to update pronto tanto. Anyway, let's go to BJ Murphy. Final thoughts.
Yeah. I've got like just 3 thoughts. I'll go with the first one because it's not long, but I'll get to the point. Just that as Satanists, I hope that this conversation that everybody's had here will help others, especially those that are religious and not Satanists, specifically, have a better understanding of what Satanism is in the modern world, and that we're really not that scary. We're not the devil worshiping, baby eating type caricatures that have been thrust upon us for centuries. For me, I grew up as a Southern Baptist. I had the religious upbringing, and some of that, I will admit, it gave me a certain distaste for certain religious beliefs or practices. But it's exactly what Siren said. We do not hate Christians or Muslims or any specific type of religious person. Everybody should be able to believe as they want, so long as not forced upon people, and we'll all be fine. Second thought, I believe that Lev should definitely start an OnlyFans where he's just eating food, because he's been teasing everybody with his chicken eating habits.
That chicken looked bomb, though. I ain't even playing.
Look
like
at the salad.
I feel like I'm in a mukbang right now.
Right?
Oh,
he
God.
had it had like that tomato, eggplant, mozzarella thing or whatever, and I'm just like,
Nice.
damn, I haven't eaten
Look,
all
I got some
day.
grapes like a Roman emperor over here.
Oh, Jesus.
like nomming
We
out
should
there.
interview some mukbanger. We should get Niccolo Avocado, whatever his name is, on here. So
Nice.
he'll have a public meltdown.
By the way, I sent you the Patreon link. It has been corrected on our Twitter. It is the right Patreon link now everywhere. So please send your friends this thing. Thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate it. Disco.
Oh, and
yes.
I had my last third thought. And it's not really that important. It really just segues back to what Greg was saying on his final thought. Even though I am a member of the United States Transhumanist Party with Gennady, our good friend Gennady, and I back his ruling on Ben Zion and his antics, I definitely support you to pursue, Greg, a future and lab-grown cannibalism. I believe that you should hit up every single major celebrity to donate all of their cells and start a business. We can even call it, get this, Eat the Rich.
This is just the film antiviral.
I love it.
Oh my god.
Nice.
I love it.
Filmed in Hamilton, not too far away from me, by the way. So.
Some of your first customers should be like Will Ferrell, because he attended one of those events with Marina Abramovic where they had like these cakes, like naked women that they sliced up, and it's like it would look like meaty underneath.
Lady Gaga was also part of Spirit Cooking.
True.
There you go.
And Wolverine, what was his name? The
Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman. Yes, Hugh Jackman. Okay, on to someone with a Hugh Jackman-like physique, Disco Orpheus.
Oh my god. Thank you very much, Lev and Jules, for having me on. It's my first time, so I'm very appreciative.
You sound familiar, though.
Oh, really? Well,
You do.
Yeah, not for you, I don't. No, thank you very much. And it's been a pleasure, absolutely. I've tried to be as amicable as I can be. Wanted to interject every 5 seconds, and I had to stop myself, so that was a good thing. It's a live and a learn kind of thing. So yeah, thank you very much. Hotep, Sophia, I would love to talk to you in the future. I've heard you on previous streams, and I don't really have any black friends because I live in England, so it would be cool if we could talk.
You should get our opinions on that.
Like everybody's black friend. Like it's a pleasure and an honor to be people's black friend.
You're literally one of my first.
And also, Hotep Sophia, she's got a thing or two to say about the people who live in England who are black, like Zuby.
Oh, don't get started.
Yeah. Well, exactly. No, I've heard. Yeah, no. I think we have a lot in common. And yeah. Anyway, and it was really nice talking to Greg and Siren. Didn't get to chat to BJ Murphy very much, but maybe next time. So
definitely
subscribe
next
to
time.
my OnlyFans, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fod Corp, you've got the last word. Take it away, brother.
I apologize for being a shadow figure. Ignorance is bliss. People have been engineered not to give a fuck. So we, as people, must find sanctity in this realm. This must be devised by ourselves, and possible through God. I believe in the authority of network spirituality, through the light of God. Because the computer is reality. The real world is no more. There is a blurred line. Everything is online. Every movement, every word. The virtuality has been merged with reality, but that doesn't mean we have to let them win. Find yourself among methods of action. Find yourself among friends. But let those friends be ones that believe in you, as you believe in them.
That was beautifully said.
Amazing.
Beautiful.
Guys,
thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. And
resist wireheading.
We are going to have
Do not
a
become
stream.
wirehead.
We're going to have a stream coming up on Friday, Free for All Friday. And I believe that one is going to be about the exodus that's going on right now, and basically how are people going to live in the future. Are we going to have like these isolated pockets of people communicating with each other based on mutual interests? Could we do like what Joe Rogan was talking about and like create a community with people who share some interests in common and just like have our own like walled city away from people who don't really vibe with us? I don't know. These are interesting things for me to think about, but that may be one of the topics. Guys, send us out some topics because we are always in need of some new interesting ideas, guest recommendations, all that good stuff. So with that being said,
we'll be living in post-climate change, underwater.
Like Atlantis.
Waterworld will be real.
Waterworld, yes.
Flesh.
Very underrated movie, by the way. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. This is